What if the whispers of ancient gods still echo across the vast steppes of Mongolia, waiting for the right moment to reclaim their power? As the sun dips below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the boundless landscape, shadows stir and legends awaken. A storm brews on the distant horizon, dark clouds swirling like the restless spirits of warriors long gone. The wind carries tales of treachery and valor, weaving through the grasslands where eternal battles between man and the supernatural once raged. In the stillness, the air thickens with the weight of forgotten promises. The great sky god, Tengri, watches from above, his presence felt in every trembling blade of grass. But even he seems troubled, as if sensing the disquiet in the hearts of those who now roam these lands. The spirits of the past, the long-forgotten guardians of the earth, are restless, their stories barely remembered, but never truly extinguished. As night falls, a flickering fire illuminates a gathering of nomads, faces etched with the lines of hardship, eyes filled with a mixture of hope and fear. They speak in hushed tones, recounting tales of the fearsome dragon that slumbers beneath the mountains, said to awaken when the balance of nature is disrupted. A child, barely old enough to understand the weight of these legends, clutches a talisman, its surface worn smooth by generations of anxious hands. It's said to protect against the chaos that looms, but can a small charm truly shield them from the wrath of gods? The tension builds as thunder rumbles in the distance, a reminder that the old ways still hold sway, that the earth remembers every promise made and broken. The mountains stand sentinel, their jagged peaks piercing the night sky, holding secrets that could shatter the fragile peace of the nomads. A lone rider appears on the horizon, silhouetted against the storm. He carries news that could alter their fate forever, whispers of an ancient prophecy that foretells a reckoning, a clash between the forces of light and darkness. What dark truth lies behind the flickering firelight? What choices must be made when fate calls, echoing through the ages? The nomads invite the unknown into their lives, a decision that may lead them to glory or destruction. The air crackles with the promise of the extraordinary, as if the very fabric of reality is about to unravel. History breathes heavily around them, and the past is not done with its children. As the storm approaches, threatening to unleash its fury, the shadows deepen. The time of reckoning is near, and every heart quickens with the rhythm of ancestral drums. Will they heed the call of their heritage, or will the ancient deities of the steppe rise again, demanding retribution for the sins of their descendants? In a land where myth and reality intertwine, destiny awaits, stirring, restless, and undeniably alive. Beneath the vast expanse of the Mongolian steppe, where the wind howls like a chorus of ancient spirits, a tale has lingered for centuries, rich in color and emotion. The sky, a brilliant blue canvas, stretches endlessly above, cradling the stories of nomadic tribes who roamed this rugged land. And it is here that the seeds of Mongolian mythology took root. These stories, passed down through generations, weave together the fabric of a culture that has thrived in the embrace of nature's stark beauty and ferocity. Long ago, in a time before written words captured the essence of human experience, the Mongols were deeply intertwined with the rhythms of the natural world. The mountains loomed like towering guardians, casting long shadows over the valleys, where rivers sparkled like liquid silver. The people, fierce and resilient, found solace in the embrace of the earth, believing that every rock, river, and gust of wind held a spirit, a story waiting to be told. In this ancient landscape, The boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred, and the air was thick with the whispers of the past. From the earliest days, the Mongolian nomads revered the elements, believing that they were not mere forces of nature, but living entities, each with its own spirit and will. The sun, a blazing orb in the sky, was seen as a powerful deity, illuminating their lives and guiding their paths. The moon, with its soft silver glow, was a protector of dreams and secrets, casting a gentle light on the darkest of nights. The mountains, with their jagged peaks, were considered sacred, believed to house ancestral spirits who watched over the living. In the flickering light of a fire, surrounded by the warmth of family and friends, elders would recount tales of legendary heroes and mythical creatures. The stories flowed like the rivers that meandered through the land, alive, vibrant, and full of emotion. These tales were not mere entertainment. They were lifelines, teaching the values of bravery, loyalty, and respect for nature. Young eyes sparkled with wonder as they listened, their imaginations ignited by the vibrant images painted by the words of their forebears. As history unfolded, the Mongolian tribes faced trials that tested their strength and resolve. The rise and fall of empires, the struggles against invaders, and the challenges of survival in a harsh environment shaped their narratives. Each event left an indelible mark, altering the mythological landscape. The stories adapted, evolving to reflect the changing times while retaining the core principles that defined the Mongolian spirit. The legends of Genghis Khan, the mighty warrior who united the fractured tribes, became entwined with the mythology of the land. His fierce leadership and unyielding resolve inspired tales of divine favor, as he was believed to be a descendant of the blue sky, chosen by the heavens to lead his people to greatness. The epic sagas surrounding his life were infused with supernatural elements, blending fact with myth in a dance that captivated the hearts of those who heard them. But the mythology did not belong solely to the great leaders. It embraced the common people as well. Stories of ordinary men and women who exhibited extraordinary courage and kindness filled the air, reminding all that heroism could be found in the simplest of acts. These narratives fostered a strong sense of community, binding the tribes together in a shared experience of struggle and triumph. They were the lifeblood of Mongolian culture, preserving the essence of what it meant to be Mongolian. In the shadows of the steppes, the spirits of ancestors lingered, guiding the living with their wisdom. Rituals and offerings were made to honor these spirits, a way to maintain a connection to the past and seek blessings for the future. The sound of drums echoed through the valleys, calling forth the presence of the unseen. As shamans donned their ceremonial garb, becoming bridges between the worlds, with every chant, with every dance, the threads of myth and reality intertwined, creating a rich tapestry of belief that anchored the people in their identity. As Mongolian society evolved and the influence of neighboring cultures grew, new stories emerged, blending seamlessly with the old. The introduction of Buddhism brought with it a wealth of new myths and practices, adding layers to the already complex narrative. Yet, even as new elements found their way into the fabric of tradition, the heart of Mongolian mythology remained steadfast, a testament to the enduring spirit of a people who thrived on the edge of the world, where the sky kissed the earth in a dance of eternal connection. Amidst the tumult of change, the ancient stories persevered, carried on the winds of time. They echoed in the laughter of children playing under the open sky, in the solemnity of rituals performed to honor the spirits, and in the vibrant celebrations that marked the passing of seasons. Each retelling breathed new life into the myths, ensuring that they would never fade from the collective consciousness of the people. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the rolling hills, the stories continued to resonate in the hearts of those who remained. The flickering flames of the fire illuminated the faces of the listeners, their eyes reflecting the vibrant tapestry of history woven together by myth. Every tale whispered of a deeper truth, an unbreakable bond between the past and the present. Beneath the stars, a promise lingered in the air, of resilience, of connection, and of a mythology that would forever be a part of the Mongolian soul, waiting to be rekindled with each new generation, each new heartbeat in the rhythm of life. The wind howled across the vast steppes of Mongolia, a haunting melody that echoed the ancient whispers of the land. Underneath the endless sky, where the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in fiery reds and oranges, a lone figure stood. Clad in a traditional robe, adorned with symbols of powerful spirits, the shaman raised their arms toward the heavens, their voice rising in a rhythmic chant. The air crackled with energy, and the world seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the veil between the seen and unseen to part. In this moment, the shaman was not simply a person. They were a bridge between the spiritual and physical realms. For centuries, Mongolians have turned to shamanism, a deeply rooted belief system that intertwines their daily lives with the spirits of ancestors, nature, and the cosmos. It is a dance of connection, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of history, myth, and the intimate relationship with the earth. Each chant, every drumbeat, reverberated with purpose, summoning the spirits that lingered just out of sight, guiding the people through life's journey. Shamanism was not merely a set of rituals to the Mongolian people. It was a way of life. In villages scattered across the sprawling steppes, every individual held this belief with reverence. The shaman, often a figure of awe and sometimes fear, had the ability to heal the sick, communicate with the dead, and foretell the future. Shamanic practices were embedded in the fabric of community life, ensuring that the past and present remained intertwined. When a child was born, the shaman would perform ceremonies to invoke blessings from the spirits, ensuring the little one would grow strong and healthy. The shaman's power was not solely reliant on their individual strength, but also on their relationship with the spiritual world. They would enter a trance, their bodies moving in rhythm with the beating drum, their minds reaching out to the spirit world, where ancestors and nature beings awaited. The shaman's voice would rise and fall like the rolling hills of the steppes, weaving stories of creation and connection. With each utterance, they called forth spirits, drawing on the wisdom of those who had walked the earth before them. Among the spirits, the revered eternal blue sky, Tengri, held a special place in the Mongolian heart. Tengri, the ultimate source of power and life, governed the skies and influenced the fortunes of the people. When calamities struck, when droughts ravaged the land or sickness swept through villages, it was to Tengri that the shaman turned, seeking guidance and intervention. The vastness of the sky above served as a constant reminder of the unseen forces that shaped their lives, a reminder that they were never truly alone. As stories of the mystical intertwined with the mundane, the shamans became conduits of hope during times of despair. In moments of personal loss, they would guide the grieving, helping them find solace in the belief that their loved ones continued to exist in another realm, watching over them. The ritual of honoring ancestors became a sacred practice, a way to maintain bonds with those who had passed, but whose spirits lingered in the air, waiting to be remembered and celebrated. Communities gathered in anticipation of the shaman's arrival, eyes wide and hearts racing. Around the flickering light of the fire, families would lean in, listening intently as the shaman recounted tales of bravery, love, and loss from generations past. These stories were not just entertainment. They were lessons, reminders of the strength of the human spirit and the interconnectedness of all beings. With every word spoken, the air thickened with emotion as tears mingled with laughter. The past alive in the present. But shamanism was not without its challenges. The rise of modernity cast shadows over ancient practices. As the world changed, so too did the beliefs of the people. The encroachment of technology and globalization threatened to sever the ties to the past. Yet, even amidst the noise of progress, the heart of shamanism beat fiercely on the steppes. It adapted, finding new ways to coexist with contemporary life, while holding tightly to the wisdom of ages. In the twilight hours, the shaman would gather herbs and sacred items, preparing for the night's rituals. The air was thick with anticipation, each item carefully chosen for its spiritual significance. As the stars twinkled above like ancient eyes, watching over the land, the shaman's voice rose above the wind, weaving a spell that reached into the depths of the night. People believed that the spirits danced among them, guiding and protecting. They would speak of dreams that foretold events, moments when the veil between the worlds thinned, allowing glimpses into the future. With every heartbeat, the connection to the earth deepened, reminding all that they were part of something greater, a swirling current of life that transcended time and space. Yet, as the moon rose high and the night deepened, a heaviness settled over the gathering. A sense of urgency pulsed through the air. The shaman sensed a disturbance, a spirit in need of assistance, a cry for help, echoing through the vastness. The villagers, eyes wide with concern, leaned closer, hearts racing, as the shaman prepared for the unexpected. They felt it too, an electric tension that bound them all together. In that moment, history and belief merged seamlessly, revealing the essence of existence itself. The past, present, and future converged, a reminder that each breath was a testament to the intricate dance of life, death, and rebirth. With a final, echoing call, the shaman plunged into the depths of their spirit journey, ready to confront whatever awaited them on the other side, while the people held their breath, united in the powerful journey of faith and connection. The vast sky stretched endlessly above the steppes, its deep blue canvas dotted with white, wispy clouds that danced like spirits. Below, the earth breathed with life, whispering stories of ancient nomadic tribes who roamed freely across its surface. This was more than just land and sky. For the Mongols, this was their universe, an intricate tapestry where heaven and earth intertwined, creating a cosmic bond that defined their very existence. In the Mongolian worldview, the cosmos was a living entity. The sky, known as Tengri, was revered as a divine force, a majestic expanse that held the sun, moon, and stars. Tengri was not just a god. He was the essence of everything. The Mongols looked up at the heavens and felt his presence in the gentle breeze that rustled their yurts, in the golden sunlight that kissed the grass, and in the shimmering stars that guided their paths. It was said that Tengri's heavenly breath nurtured the earth. And in this simple understanding lay a profound relationship, one that made the Mongolian spirit resilient, and deeply rooted in nature. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the elders gathered around a fire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that sent shivers down the spine. They spoke of the creation, of how heaven and earth came to be, their voices a melodic blend of history and myth. It was a tale as old as time, how Tengri and the earth goddess, Umai, fell in love, intertwining their fates. Their union birthed the mountains, rivers, and valleys, and from this divine love sprang forth humanity. The Mongols listened, enraptured, hearts racing with the rhythm of the story, for it was not just a narrative, it was their own legacy. In this world, the earth was alive, a nurturing mother that cradled its children. The Mongols revered the land, treating it with respect and care. Every blade of grass, every stone, and every animal carried significance. Rituals were performed in gratitude, honoring the spirits that inhabited every facet of their environment. They understood that to disrespect the earth was to sever the bond with their ancestors and their very existence. They were stewards of the land, guardians of its sacredness, and in that role, they found purpose and belonging. But the cosmos was not merely a gentle guardian. It could be fierce and unforgiving. Storms rolled across the plains, and fierce winds howled through the mountains, reminding the Mongols of nature's duality. These were not simply forces to be feared, but were manifestations of Tengri's will, reflections of his power. When the skies darkened and thunder roared, the Mongols gathered in solemn unity, their hearts pounding in sync with the tempest. They knew that the earth needed cleansing, that storms were a part of the cycle of life. In those moments of chaos, they found strength in community, standing shoulder to shoulder, rooted in their beliefs and unwavering in their love for their land. The stars, too, played a vital role in this cosmic relationship. Each constellation told tales of bravery, love, and sacrifice. The night sky became a canvas for their dreams and fears. Young warriors looked to the stars for guidance before heading into battle. The elders, wise and knowing, spoke of the stories behind each twinkling light. For the Mongols, the cosmos was a library of wisdom, a place where they could connect with their ancestors and draw strength from the stories that echoed through time. The stars were not distant objects. They were companions, watching over the living and guiding them on their journey. In the heart of winter, when the snow covered the ground like a thick blanket, the Mongols gathered to celebrate the Lunar New Year, a time when they honored the cycle of rebirth. They believed that as the moon waxed and waned, so did life itself. Each turn of the moon was a reminder of the impermanence of existence, a gentle nudge to cherish each moment. Their songs echoed through the cold air, rich with the warmth of hope and renewal, as they danced around the fire. Laughter mingled with the crackling of wood, and in those fleeting moments, they felt the embrace of Tengri and Umai, the cosmic parents of their existence. Yet tragedy too was woven into the fabric of their reality. The Mongolian landscape was punctuated by loss, of loved ones, of battles fought and lost. Grief was a heavy cloak that many wore, but in their sorrow, they found solace in the belief that the spirits of the departed joined the stars in the sky, forever watching over them. The connection between the living and the dead created a sense of continuity, a chain that bound generations together. They would whisper their loved ones' names into the night, believing that their words carried their essence to the heavens. With every changing season, the cycles of life, death, and rebirth reminded the Mongols of the intricate dance of the cosmos. They understood that heaven and earth were not separate entities. They were intertwined, influencing one another in a constant ebb and flow. The harmony of this cosmic dance shaped their identity, instilling a deep respect for the life that surrounded them. In the balance of heaven and earth, they discovered the essence of what it meant to be Mongolian. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight stretched over the horizon, casting golden light upon the land. The Mongols rose with the sun, their spirits lifted by the promise of a new day. They recognized that each day was a gift, a chance to honor the bond between heaven and earth anew. With hearts full of reverence, they prepared for another day of living in accordance with the rhythms of their universe. The fire crackled softly, as if echoing the heartbeat of the earth, reminding them that every moment was sacred, every breath a prayer to the cosmos. Underneath the expanse of the sky, with the earth beneath their feet, the Mongols stood resilient, ready to forge ahead. They were the children of the cosmos, woven into the very fabric of creation, their lives a testament to the eternal connection between heaven and earth. And as they looked up, eyes glistening with hope, they understood that their stories were but a small thread in the grand tapestry of existence, a seamless flow that would continue weaving through time, binding all that was, is, and ever will be. In the quiet stillness of the ancient world, when mountains had yet to find their peaks and rivers still danced with uncertainty, a whisper echoed through the void. It was the first breath of creation, a shiver that tingled down the spine of existence itself. Somewhere in the cosmos, a spark ignited, sending ripples through the fabric of reality. This was not just a beginning. It was a moment charged with profound potential, a thrilling heartbeat that would pulse through the ages. In the land of the Sumerians, beneath the watchful gaze of the ziggurats, the goddess Namu churned the waters of chaos. From her, the first gods emerged, formless and filled with longing, eager to shape the world. They wrestled with the primordial waters, crying out in a cacophony of creation. The sound of their voices melded with the crashing waves, crafting a symphony that would resonate for millennia. In the eyes of those who listened, one could see the flicker of a new dawn, the birth of humanity, molded from clay and brought to life by the kiss of the divine. Across the sands of time, in the grand tapestry of Indian mythology, the tale of Vishnu's cosmic sleep unfurled. Here lay a world suspended in nothingness, a vast ocean of potential. As Vishnu slumbered on the serpent of infinity, the lotus of creation blossomed from his navel, unveiling Brahma, the creator. With each stroke of his golden brush, he painted the skies, the lands, and the creatures that would dwell within them. As the vivid colors took form, hearts raced with anticipation, knowing that the stories of gods and mortals alike were about to unfold. The cosmic dance began, a cycle of creation and destruction intertwined, where every birth held the promise of new beginnings, and every ending whispered the tale of what once was. In the frozen expanse of the Arctic, the Inuit spoke of the raven, a trickster and a creator. With a flap of his wings, he called forth the sun, the moon, and the stars, scattering them across the inky sky. The raven was not just a mere bird. He was a symbol of transformation, embodying the wildness of nature and the unpredictable spirit of life itself. Each flicker of light in the night sky told stories of adventure and mischief, of lessons learned and trials faced. As the Inuit gathered around fires, their tales brought warmth against the biting cold, their hearts swelling with pride and hope every time the raven's name was uttered. Meanwhile, in distant lands, the Greeks painted vivid pictures of their creation myths. From the chaos emerged Gaia, the earth, who birthed the sky, the mountains, and the seas. She and Uranus twined together, giving life to the Titans, beings of immense power and ambition. Yet, it was not without conflict. Their stories crackled with tension, the thrill of rebellion coursing through the veins of the universe. Zeus, defiant and bold, would rise against his father, determined to rule the heavens. The echoes of their struggles reverberated through the temples built in their honor, where every stone whispered of love and betrayal, power and sacrifice. The heartbeat of creation throbbed beneath their feet, a reminder that even the gods were not immune to the chaos of existence. In Mesoamerica, the legends were equally rich, surging with life and vibrancy. The Popol Vuh, a sacred text of the Maya, recounted how the gods tried again and again to create beings that could worship them. The first iterations were made of mud, weak and crumbling. Then came the wooden people, hollow and devoid of spirit. Only when the gods fashioned humans from maize, infused with their blood and breath, did a true creation spring forth. The people danced in the fields, their hearts swelling with gratitude, for they were not just creations, but reflections of the divine. The earth trembled beneath their feet, nourished by the tears of the gods who had sacrificed so much to bring them into being. Amidst these myriad narratives, the tension between creator and creation pulsed like an electric current. The gods, capricious and powerful, watched over their handiwork with a fierce protectiveness, yet they often marveled at the unpredictable paths their creations would take. Love, hate, joy, and sorrow intertwined, creating a rich tapestry of existence that kept spirits alive with wonder. Each myth was a thread, weaving a complex story that transcended time and space. In the shadows of the ancient world, the air thickened with expectation and mystery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the land, tales of creation swept through villages and cities alike. Around fires, the elders recounted the stories passed down through generations, their voices tinged with reverence and awe. Children listened wide-eyed, hearts racing with the thrill of the unknown, each tale a door to new realms of possibility. It was a dance of culture, of unity and identity, as each tribe and nation found its place in the grand narrative of existence. In the end, every creation myth spoke to a universal truth: the quest for understanding, the desire to know why the world exists and where humanity fits within it. The stories were filled with symbols, metaphors, and lessons, a kaleidoscope of beliefs that reflected the hopes and fears of countless generations. The myths thrived, entwining themselves with the very essence of life, giving meaning to the chaos around them. And as the last embers of the fire flickered, the creatures of the night stirred, whispering the secrets of the cosmos. The rhythms of the earth and sky continued, a reminder that creation was not a single moment, but a perpetual dance, one that would echo through the ages, binding all living beings together in a shared story that was still being written. In each corner of the globe, the creation myths thrummed with life, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity and the relentless search for belonging in a universe that felt so vast and mysterious. Under the vast, endless sky of Mongolia, where the winds whisper ancient secrets, a shaman stands atop a sun-kissed hill, his white robe billowing like the clouds above. The air crackles with a raw energy, the kind that makes your hairs stand on end. This is a land steeped in mysticism, where mountains and plains cradle beings of unimaginable power. The sun sinks low, casting golden hues over the grasslands. illuminating the faces of gods and goddesses who have shaped the lives of the Mongolian people for centuries. From the very beginning, the Mongolian pantheon has been vibrant and overflowing with personalities that mirror the fierce spirit of the land and its people. At the helm of this divine assembly is Tengri, the sky god, a figure revered with intensity, his presence woven into the very fabric of the sky itself. As the sun sets, you can almost see him striding across the heavens, his fiery aura illuminating the night, guiding lost souls and watching over warriors as they venture into the unknown. He is both protector and guide, embodying the strength of the Mongolian spirit. Then there is Ulgan, the benevolent god of creation, who, with a gentle breath, formed the mountains and rivers that crisscross the land. His hands, so tender, cradle the earth, nurturing life in its many forms. Villagers whisper prayers to him, seeking blessings for healthy crops and the birth of strong children. The very idea of Ulgan brings warmth, a feeling of comfort, as if a loving father watches over his family, ensuring they thrive against the relentless forces of nature. Yet, lurking in the shadows, is Erlik, the god of the underworld. His presence sends chills through the bones, a stark reminder of mortality and the inevitable darkness that awaits. He rules over the spirits of the departed, guiding them into the afterlife with an iron fist wrapped in a velvet glove. Though feared, he is respected. His role is crucial in the cosmic balance, reminding the living of their fragility. With every gust of wind that howls through the steppe, one can almost hear his laughter, a sound both haunting and exhilarating, echoing through the valleys as if to say, "Life is fleeting, live it fully." As tales of these gods circulate through the nomadic tribes, the goddess Kehadin emerges as a symbol of the earth's nurturing spirit. She is the essence of fertility, the protector of women in childbirth, and the embodiment of motherhood itself. Her laughter is like the tinkling of water over stones, soothing and invigorating. It is said that when she walks among the grasslands, flowers bloom in her footsteps. Mothers tell their children stories of her, instilling in them a reverence for life's cycles and the power of creation. The very air vibrates with her essence, as if nature bows in gratitude for her gifts. Then there's the tempestuous figure of the goddess of the hunt, Monk Khairkhan. With her bow drawn and arrows poised, she personifies the fierce independence and bravery that characterize the Mongolian spirit. Under her watchful gaze, hunters feel invincible, emboldened to face the wilds. The nights spent around the fire, recounting her exploits, reveal a deep connection to the land, a bond that blends survival with reverence. You can almost hear the thundering hooves of galloping horses, the crackling of flames as the stories of her daring escapades ignite laughter and camaraderie among those who gather. The pantheon is not merely a collection of deities, but an intricate web of relationships, each god and goddess influencing the lives of the people in profound ways. When they come together in stories, the tension rises. Their interactions are filled with emotion, rivalries, and alliances that echo the struggles of humanity. It's a chaotic ballet of power and grace, where love and jealousy dance hand in hand. The shaman's voice rises in incantation as the spirits of these deities swirl around him, filling the air with a palpable energy that makes hearts race and souls tremble. Ancient rituals are performed, smoke curling up toward the heavens, carrying the hopes and fears of every person who ever sought the favor of these divine beings. The smell of burning sage fills the air, merging with the earthy scent of the steppe, creating a tapestry of aromas that evoke memories long forgotten. In these moments, the boundaries between the living and the spiritual blur, and the heartbeat of the land seems to synchronize with the pulse of the gods. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a blanket of stars across the sky, the stories of these gods and goddesses linger in the cool night air. Each flickering star is a reminder of their eternal presence, watching, waiting, influencing the fates of those who tread upon the earth. The pantheon of Mongolian gods and goddesses is not a distant memory. It is a living, breathing entity, embedded in the very soul of Mongolia, a connection that binds generations. In the flickering firelight, a child gazes up at the starlit sky, eyes wide with wonder. She hears the whispered legends of her ancestors, feeling the weight of their stories in her small heart. She imagines the laughter of Kaaden, the strength of Tengri, the shadows cast by Erlik. Each deity becomes a friend, a guide, a force of nature that shapes her world. Her dreams are painted with the colors of their legends, vibrant and alive, sparking a flame of hope and determination. As the winds whisper their age-old songs, the pantheon remains ever present, a testament to the resilience and richness of a culture that honors the gods that walk among them, unseen yet felt in every heartbeat, every breath. The landscape of Mongolia, with its rugged mountains and rolling steppes, becomes a living canvas of their stories, a sacred ground where the past and present intertwine seamlessly. The echoes of the divine continue to resonate, leaving an indelible mark on all who seek their wisdom. The night stretches on, as the stars twinkle like diamonds against the velvety sky, and the tales of the gods flow like a river, eternal and unyielding. As the shaman's voice fades into the night, the spirits linger, drawing the listener into the next chapter of a saga that never truly ends. The world of the gods and goddesses pulses with life, waiting just beyond the horizon, beckoning those brave enough to listen, to learn, and to believe. The vast expanse of the Mongolian steppe stretched endlessly, an ocean of golden grasses swaying like waves beneath the fierce winds. Above, the sky blazed a brilliant blue, almost too pure to be real, as if the heavens themselves had been painted with the finest brush. It was here, under this eternal blue, that the ancient nomads whispered their prayers to Tengri, the sky god, whose presence was felt in every breath of wind and whisper of grass. In the age when the earth was still young, the Mongolian tribes roamed this boundless land, their spirits intertwined with the very essence of nature. Tengri was not just a deity to them. He was the embodiment of the sky, the protector of their lives and destinies. To the nomads, the sky was a living tapestry, a daily miracle that dictated their lives. Each sunrise was a gift, each sunset a promise, and in the quiet moments between, they felt Tengri's watchful gaze. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the steppe, a young shaman named Batu stood atop a rocky outcrop, arms outstretched. He closed his eyes, feeling the cool breeze caress his face, like the gentle hand of a wise elder guiding him. Tengri, he murmured, the name rolling off his tongue like a sacred mantra. Give me strength. His voice echoed against the stone, mingling with the rustle of the grass and the call of distant birds. Batu felt the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, a reminder of the bond between man and sky, the harmony that existed between the seen and the unseen. In legends whispered around flickering fires, it was said that Tengri had once walked the earth. He had donned the form of a great eagle, soaring high above the mountains, surveying the lands below with eyes that could pierce through the deepest sorrows and joys of mankind. He was a god of vastness, yet intimately connected to the lives of those who sought his favor. When warriors rode into battle, it was to the sky they turned for courage, for they believed Tengri guided their arrows, whispered secrets into the winds, and sent storms to shield them from harm. But the skies could also turn dark and tumultuous. Thunder rolled in the distance, a warning of the storm that brewed on the horizon. Batu's heart raced, not just from the encroaching storm, but from the weight of his responsibilities. In this moment, he was not merely a shaman. He was a bridge between his people and the divine. The thunder was like a voice, rumbling with urgency, demanding attention. The tribes needed guidance, a sign from Tengri to lead them through the trials that lay ahead. As lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the vast expanse for a fleeting second, a chilling realization washed over him. The nomads had been experiencing a drought, their herds dwindling, and hunger gnawed at their bellies. They had prayed fervently for rain, but the sky remained stubbornly clear. Batu could feel the desperation in the air, the weight of unspoken fears clinging to the hearts of his people. He needed to act, to communicate with Tengri, to bring forth the rain that was so desperately needed. With each heartbeat, he sensed the urgency rising around him. Batu's voice, once soft, now grew more powerful, carried by the winds that howled in response. He began to chant, calling upon the elements, invoking the spirit of the sky. Tengri, hear my plea. The earth is thirsty. The cattle cry for water. Show us your mercy. His words were raw and fervent, echoing the anguish of those who depended on the heavens for sustenance. As he poured his soul into the chants, the first drops of rain began to fall. They were gentle at first, barely perceptible against the dry earth, but they quickly transformed into a torrential downpour. Batu's heart soared, a rush of hope flooding his veins. The sky, once a vast, indifferent blue, was now a canvas painted with the colors of life. Gray clouds swirling, filled with promise. With every raindrop that pelted the earth, the cries of the nomads rose in unison, a symphony of relief and gratitude. In the midst of the chaos, Batu spotted a figure emerge from the shadows, an elder, wise and weathered by time, yet with eyes that sparkled like stars against the night sky. This was Corlo, the village elder, a man who had seen many seasons and understood the language of the winds. He approached Batu, his expression a mix of reverence and urgency. The rain is a gift, but beware, my son. The balance of nature is delicate. Tengri's favor comes with responsibilities. Batu nodded, understanding the weight of Corlo's words. The rain, while life-giving, could also bring destruction, if not respected. He felt a deep connection to Tengri in that moment, as if the sky itself were listening, waiting for their next move. How could he ensure that his people honored the sky god? How could they live in harmony with the forces of nature that shaped their existence? As the rain fell heavier, the steppe began to awaken. Life surged forth in response. The grass, once parched, stood taller, a vibrant green blanket covering the earth. The laughter of children melded with the sounds of nature, echoing through the valleys. But amid the joy, a tension hung in the air. A reminder that the bond between the sky and the earth was not just a blessing, but a covenant that demanded respect. Batu could feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, an ancient rhythm that resonated with the very essence of Tengri. He took a deep breath, grounding himself in the moment, aware of the responsibility that lay ahead. The nomads would celebrate this rain, yes, but they must also honor Tengri, acknowledging the delicate balance that sustained them. The sky, with all its beauty, was not just a backdrop to their lives. It was a living entity, filled with power and mystery. The storm raged on, but Batu was filled with a sense of purpose. His heart pulsed with the resolve to guide his people, to teach them the stories of Tengri, so they could understand the sky's language. As the lightning flashed and the thunder rolled, the eternal blue sky transformed into something more, a sacred realm of possibilities filled with life and lessons. It was a reminder that every cloud, every storm, every sunbeam carried with it the spirit of Tengri, watching, waiting, and ever present. And as Batu stood there, the rain drenching him, he felt a whisper in the wind, a promise of more to come. The story of the sky was far from over. It was just beginning. In a time long before the clocks ticked and calendars held dominion over days, there was a forest dense with whispering leaves, where the sun filtered through branches like golden rain. Here, the air was thick with the perfume of earth and life, and at the very heart of this world pulsed the essence of a powerful goddess, Ume. Ume was not just any goddess. She embodied the very spirit of the earth itself. She was the protector of families, the nurturer of growth, and the giver of life. Legends spoke of her presence felt in every seed that pierced the soil, every baby that drew its first breath, and every old soul that slipped from this world, cradled by the earth she loved so deeply. Villagers revered her, whispering her name with a mixture of awe and warmth, believing that she walked among them, hidden yet ever present. Children would often gather around the fire at twilight, their eyes sparkling like stars as elders spun tales of Umai. They spoke of her long flowing hair, as dark as night, and her skin, kissed by the sun with hues of rich earth. The children listened closely, their hearts racing with the thrill of the unknown. They heard of how she carried a sack filled with the seeds of all creation, scattering them as she glided over the land, nurturing forests, meadows, and rolling hills. Her laughter echoed in the wind, a sound so sweet it could heal the deepest wounds. But her influence reached far beyond the edges of the forests. During a time of famine, when crops withered under the relentless sun, the people would gather in the central square, their faces etched with worry, their stomachs echoing with emptiness. They would call upon Umai, lighting candles and offering their prayers, their voices rising together in a haunting melody that danced through the night air. Hope flickered like those tiny flames, as they believed that their goddess heard their cries, and often, as if in response to their desperate longing, clouds would gather, releasing showers of life-giving rain that soaked thirsty earth. The following morning, fresh sprouts would push through the soil, green and vibrant, a miraculous gift from Umai. Yet, amid the reverence, there were darker tales woven into the fabric of her mythology. Beneath her nurturing demeanor lay a fierce protector. When the earth trembled or the skies roared with thunder, it was said that Ume would rise to defend her realm from those who threatened its balance. Legends told of a great warrior who dared to cut down her sacred trees, believing that their fallen giants would make him powerful. But as he swung his axe, the ground shook violently, and lightning split the sky. The villagers watched in terror as the warrior was swallowed by the earth, never to be seen again. Umai's wrath was fierce and just, a reminder that the earth was to be respected and cherished. As seasons turned, her influence extended even to the very fabric of their daily lives. Women would invoke her name as they labored in the fields, their hands deep in the earth, planting seeds and harvesting the fruits of their labor. They would sing songs of gratitude, their voices harmonizing with the rustling leaves, honoring the goddess who gave them strength. They believed that each time they toiled under the sun, Ume was right there, guiding their hands, blessing their efforts. She was not just a distant figure. She was entwined in their lives, a thread woven through the tapestry of their existence. But Ume was not without her trials. As the world around her began to change, as the whispers of industrial smoke crept into the once pure air, she felt a stirring beneath the surface. The balance she had maintained for centuries was threatened by the relentless march of progress. The hearts that had once sung her praises now turned cold, their devotion slipping away like sand through fingers. It was a sorrow that pierced her heart, each betrayal a cut deeper than the last. One fateful evening, under a crescent moon, Umai decided to reveal herself to the villagers one last time. She appeared in the center of the village, cloaked in shimmering light that danced like stars around her. Gasps filled the air as the people fell silent, awestruck by her beauty and grace. Her voice rolled like thunder, yet held the gentle lilt of a lullaby as she spoke. Do you not remember the bond we share? Each tree felled, each river polluted, is a piece of my heart that breaks. I am the earth beneath your feet, the air you breathe. To forsake me is to forsake yourselves. Tears filled the eyes of the villagers as they looked upon her, realizing the gravity of their actions. They fell to their knees, the weight of their choices crashing down upon them like an avalanche. They begged for forgiveness, their voices trembling with remorse. In that moment, the very ground they knelt upon shuddered. A subtle reminder of the power that lay beneath them, a power they had almost forgotten. Ume's heart softened, but she knew that the path forward would be steep and fraught with challenges. The connection between the earth and her children had to be rekindled, and it would take time. With a gentle wave of her hand, she breathed life back into the land, the trees standing a little taller, the flowers blooming a little brighter. Hope blossomed anew as she left them with one final message. Remember me, and I shall remember you. As she faded into the night, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light, the villagers stood transformed, stalwart guardians of the very earth that bore them. They looked into each other's eyes, a silent pact forged in that sacred moment. The stories of Umai would no longer be mere tales told around the fire. They would be a lifeline, a reminder of their duty to the goddess, who loved them unconditionally. The world began to shift once more, but now it was a shift towards healing. The people planted trees where stumps had once stood, cleaned rivers that had been choked by waste, and nurtured the earth with every ounce of love they could muster. Each gesture was a tribute, a homage to the goddess who had never truly left them. And as they worked, they could feel her presence in the rustling of the leaves, the warmth of the sun, and the soft touch of the earth on their fingertips. And as the seasons continued to cycle, a new dawn broke over the horizon, where the earth thrummed with life, and the legacy of Umai lived on, whispering through the wind, dancing in the light of the stars, ever watchful, ever loving. The wind howled, carrying whispers of ancient tales across the jagged peaks, as if the mountains themselves were alive, breathing stories into the air. These towering giants, draped in white blankets of snow, stood witness to the passage of time, holding within their granite hearts the echoes of those who walked before. Nestled in their shadows, rivers flowed like veins, winding through the land, singing songs of creation and destruction carrying with them the spirits of the earth and sky. Long ago, when the world was young and the stars held dominion over the night, tribes revered these spirits of nature. They believed that every mountain held a guardian, a spirit that watched over the people, guiding them through times of plenty and hardship. Each rock and ridge was a part of a living tapestry, woven with the threads of history and mythology. The Great Smoky Mountains stood cloaked in mist, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. Legends spoke of a towering spirit, Sali, who roamed these heights, his laughter echoing like thunder. The Cherokee revered him, offering gifts of corn and song to honor his presence. When the sun dipped below the horizon, the mountains shimmered in the twilight glow, a reminder of his eternal watch. Those who dared to climb to the summit often felt an inexplicable pull, as if the spirit reached out, inviting them to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. Rivers, too, were alive with spirit. The mighty Mississippi, the great artery of the American landscape, flowed with tales of life and death. It had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the laughter of children playing in its shallows, and the lament of lost souls. Indigenous tribes called it Mississippi, meaning Great River, and considered it sacred, a giver of life. Fishermen shared stories of the river's whispers, of fish that danced beneath the surface, embodying the spirits of ancestors who had come before. To cast a line into its waters was to seek connection, to honor those who had walked the banks before, and to feel the heartbeat of the land. But the rivers also held darker tales. When storms brewed, the waters would swell, raging wildly, as if the spirits themselves were in turmoil. In these moments, the river's power was a fearsome thing. It swallowed towns, took lives, and left behind only memories of what once was. Tribes would gather around fires on stormy nights, their faces illuminated by flickering flames, sharing stories of survival and loss, of how the spirits demanded respect and reverence, lest they be angered. Animals roamed these lands, each a bearer of spirit and story. The buffalo, majestic and untamed, symbolized strength and perseverance, embodying the spirit of the plains. Tribes chased them across vast grasslands, but they did so with respect, knowing that taking a life was a sacred act, one that required gratitude. Every part of the buffalo was used, ensuring none of its spirit went to waste. They taught the people to survive, to live in harmony with the land. The drumbeats of the tribe echoed the rhythm of the buffalo's heart, a dance of unity between man and beast. In contrast, the wolves howled under the silver moon, their voices rising like a haunting hymn. They represented loyalty and family, teaching the importance of bonds that tie us together. When a wolf was spotted, tribes gathered to honor its spirit, understanding that it was a messenger, a protector of the night. To encounter a wolf was to be reminded of one's instincts, of the wildness within that connected humans to the very essence of nature. But not all spirits were benign. The legends spoke of the Wendigo, a spirit born from insatiable hunger, roaming the frozen north. This creature embodied the fear of loss and despair, a dark reminder of what could happen when one strayed too far from harmony with nature. When the first snows fell, the elders would gather, sharing stories of the Wendigo to instill respect for the land and its gifts. The cold winds that swept across the plains carried warnings, a shiver of foreboding that kept the tribes close to their fires. The mountains, rivers, and animals were more than just elements of nature. They were the fabric of existence, intertwined with human life. Each season brought a new chapter in the stories that flowed between them, a cycle of birth and rebirth. In spring, The rivers thawed, rushing with the vigor of renewal, while the mountains shed their icy coats, revealing the verdant life beneath. In summer, the animals roamed freely, basking in the warmth, embodying the spirit of joy and abundance. Yet, as autumn approached, a somber tone crept into the landscape. Leaves turned to gold and crimson, and the days grew shorter. It was a time of reflection, a season that reminded the tribes of the fragility of life. Elders shared tales of ancestors who had walked the same paths, their voices trembling with emotion. The spirits of the mountains whispered in the rustling leaves, carrying with them the weight of lessons learned and wisdom earned. As winter descended, the world quieted, blanketed in silence and snow. The mountains stood sentinel against the biting winds, their peaks sharp against the sky. It was in this stillness that the spirits gathered, a congregation of souls who had respected the land and lived in harmony. Those who ventured into the wilderness felt their presence, a tingling sensation at the back of the neck, a sign that they were not alone. Yet, even in the solitude, a tension simmered just beneath the surface. The balance between man and nature always hung by a thread, tested by the choices made. The thrill of the hunt, the greed of industry, the encroachment of civilization, all threatened the delicate harmony that had existed for centuries. The mountains loomed larger, the rivers roared louder, and the animals became more elusive, as if sensing the shift in the tides. As the stories wove through the fabric of time, the spirits of nature remained vigilant, their watchful eyes observing the choices made by those who called this land home. The mountains stood unyielding, the rivers flowed with purpose, and the animals roamed with quiet dignity, waiting for the day when respect would reign once again. And as the cycle of life continued, the tension only grew, a taut string ready to snap, challenging the very foundations of existence. The whispers of the spirits echoed in every corner, a reminder that the past was never far behind, ready to weave its tale into the present. The cold wind swept across the vast Mongolian steppe, carrying with it whispers of a time long gone. Underneath the endless sky, a solitary figure knelt beside a weathered stone, etched with ancient symbols. The man closed his eyes, feeling the cool earth beneath him, and in that moment, he sensed the presence of those who walked before him. The scent of smoke from a nearby fire mingled with the crisp air, creating a sacred atmosphere that bound the past to the present. Mongolian spirituality is woven intricately with the threads of ancestral reverence. Here, ancestors are not mere memories. They embody the spirits that guide the living. Each family carries the weight of its lineage, a lineage that stretches back through centuries of nomadic journeys across rugged landscapes. As the man prayed, he felt the profound connection to those who came before him, warriors, herders, and dreamers, whose sacrifices paved the way for the life he embraced. In Mongolia, honoring ancestors is more than tradition, it's a lifeline. Every gur or yurt holds not just family, but the spirits of forebears. Families place offerings of food and drink at altars, where the spirits are believed to linger. Each offering is a bridge, a way to communicate with the past. The man, lost in reverence, offered a bowl of milk, a token of respect that echoed the rituals of his ancestors. Each sip poured onto the ground was a silent promise to remember, to honor. The stories of these ancestors are rich and varied. Genghis Khan, whose very name stirs the blood, is not merely a historical figure, but a towering spirit in the Mongolian psyche. He represents strength, unity, and the indomitable human spirit. His essence flows through the veins of Mongolians, shaping their understanding of honor, loyalty, and the eternal bond with the land. The man could feel a surge of pride as he thought of the great Khan, a figure who transcended time and whose legacy continues to inspire. But it is not only the great leaders who are remembered. The humble farmers and skilled artisans who faced the harshness of nature with resilience are revered too. Their struggles and triumphs resonate in the hearts of their descendants. Each family has its own stories, narratives passed down through generations, filled with laughter and tears, triumphs and losses. As the man knelt there, he recalled the tales his grandmother told him by the fire, her voice soft, yet powerful, as if the ancestors themselves were speaking through her. The connection to the past is palpable in the rituals that punctuate life in Mongolia. Festivals celebrating the spirits of the ancestors breathe life into the ancient customs. The Nadam festival, with its vibrant displays of wrestling, horse racing, and archery, is not just a celebration of strength, but a homage to those who came before. The man remembered the thrill of watching the wrestlers, their bodies glistening under the sun, their every move honoring the spirits of ancestors who once fought for survival on the steppe. As night fell, the stars twinkled like distant lanterns in the vast expanse of the sky. The man lit a fire, its crackling flames casting warm shadows on his face. The darkness of the steppe enveloped him, but within that darkness lay a sense of safety, a feeling that he was never truly alone. The ancestors surrounded him, their spirits dancing in the flickering light, guiding him, telling him that the journey of life is a circle that never ends. Every Mongolian knows that the ancestors are always watching, their eyes filled with pride or disappointment, depending on the deeds of their descendants. The man's heart raced as he thought of the responsibility he bore, the weight of his actions cascading through time. With every choice he made, he could feel the echoes of the past reverberating in the present, a reminder that he was part of something much bigger than himself. The rituals of honoring the ancestors are often led by elders, the keepers of tradition. They speak in hushed tones, recounting the tales of bravery, love, and sacrifice that shaped the family lineage. As the man recalled his own grandfather's stories of battles fought and lost, he felt a mixture of sorrow and pride. Each tale was a lesson, imbued with the essence of life itself: resilience when faced with adversity, joy in times of peace, and the importance of community. In every home, the memory of ancestors is kept alive through the meticulous care of family graves. The man understood that each visit to a grave is not just a somber occasion. It is a celebration of life, a heartfelt conversation with the past. As families gather, they share laughter and memories, their voices mingling with the whispering winds, creating a symphony that honors those who once walked among them. As the fire crackled and the wind howled outside, the man felt the weight of the ancestors' gaze upon him. He closed his eyes, allowing the emotions to wash over him: love, gratitude, and a fierce determination to carry their legacy forward. He imagined their faces, weathered yet wise, urging him to live boldly, to honor the land they cherished, and to uphold the values they instilled. With a renewed sense of purpose, the man rose, gazing at the horizon, where the first light of dawn would soon break. He understood that the connection to his ancestors was not just a link to the past, it was a guide for the future. Their spirits urged him to forge ahead, to embrace life with the same courage they had shown. The cycle of life continued, a dance between the living and the departed, an unbreakable bond forged through love and remembrance. And as the sun began to rise, painting the sky with hues of orange and gold, the man knew that his journey was only beginning. The stories of his ancestors would live on through him, echoing in the laughter of children and the whispers of the wind. Their legacy would continue, intertwining with his own, reminding him that he was part of a never-ending tale. As he stepped into the light, he carried their spirits with him, a living testament to the power of ancestry in Mongolian spirituality, where the past and the present are forever linked, and the journey never truly ends. In the flickering light of a dying campfire, shadows danced across the faces of the Mongolian nomads, their eyes reflecting the fire's glow with a mixture of awe and dread. Old men whispered tales of a hero who roamed the vast steppes, a man forged from the very earth upon which they trod. His name was Gazer, and in the deep recesses of their souls, the people believed he was more than just a man. He was a force, a myth that breathed and lived among them, a protector woven into the fabric of their existence. The winds howled like restless spirits, carrying with them the scent of distant battles and the cries of those who had fallen. The legends spoke of Gazer's birth, a miracle that defied the ordinary. It was said that he emerged from a beam of light, a child of destiny, destined to champion the oppressed and vanquish the wicked. This was not merely a story told to amuse children at night, but a truth that resonated in the hearts of the people, an unyielding pulse that echoed through generations. As the night deepened, the storyteller's voice grew louder, each word punctuated by the crackling of the fire. He fought against the cruel and the unjust, his sword glinting like the sun, illuminating the darkness of despair. His enemies were fierce, monstrous creatures who threatened to consume the world whole. Yet he stood tall, unwavering. With every swing of his blade, hope surged through the hearts of the downtrodden. The listeners leaned in closer, their breaths shallow as they envisioned the swirling chaos of battle. The clash of steel rang in their ears, battles fought on blood-soaked soil, where the cries of the brave mingled with the eerie silence of the fallen. Gazer was not alone. He was accompanied by loyal friends, warriors who believed in the impossible, who would lay down their lives for their hero. As the storyteller painted his words with vivid strokes, it was easy to see how those allies became extensions of Gazer's very spirit, each of them embodying courage, loyalty, and an unbreakable bond. Yet, amid the glory and valor, there existed a darkness that threatened to consume them all. The tales took a bittersweet turn as the narrative revealed the sacrifices made along the way. His beloved, the storyteller continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, was taken by the cruel sorceress, a woman whose heart was as black as the night sky. She wove spells that entrapped the innocent, entrapping their dreams and hopes in a web of despair. Gasps rippled through the crowd, the tension in the air thick enough to slice. They could almost feel the pain of Gezer's heart, torn between the battle for his people and the quest to save the one he loved. Love was not merely a distraction. It became a source of strength, propelling him through the most treacherous of trials, igniting the fire within him that would not be quenched. The audience felt the weight of his choices, the dilemmas faced by a hero who was just as human as they were, struggling against fate's cruel hand. As the storyteller recounted the day Gazer confronted the sorceress, the air became electric. The sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and lightning split the heavens. He stood at the edge of her lair, the ground trembling beneath him. With each step forward, his heart pounded like a war drum, echoing the dread that mingled with resolve. Would he save her, or would he lose everything? The audience hung on every word, their imaginations ignited by the bravery of the hero, facing unspeakable odds. It was a battle not just of strength, but of wits, where magic danced like fireflies in the night, where every choice carried the weight of destiny. They could envision the flash of Gazer's sword, the clash of magic against steel, the fear and hope intertwined like a tapestry of fate. Moments turned agonizingly slow as the tension stretched like a taut bowstring. The fate of his beloved and his people hung in the balance. With each moment, the intensity surged, and the listeners could almost feel the vibrations of Gazer's courage ripple through their own lives. They imagined themselves standing alongside him, shoulder to shoulder, against the malevolence that threatened to engulf the world. Then came the twist that would chill their bones. The sorceress, with eyes as cold as ice, revealed her true form, a monstrous figure cloaked in shadows and despair. "You think you can save her?" she hissed, her voice echoing like a chilling wind. "Your love is but a flicker in the face of my darkness." Gasps filled the air as the crowd recoiled, their hearts racing. Gazer stood firm, a beacon of hope against the encroaching gloom. "Love is not weakness," he roared, his voice powerful enough to shake the very foundations of the earth. "It is my strength, and I will not falter." The ground shook beneath their feet. The air crackled with tension as the epic battle unfolded. Each clash, each spell cast, sent ripples of emotion through the audience. The pain of loss, the triumph of victory, the heart-wrenching choices. They experienced it all as though they were there, living the story, feeling every blow, every moment of fear and hope. As the storyteller's voice rose to a crescendo, the outcome of the battle remained shrouded in mystery. Would Gezer triumph over the darkness, or would he be consumed by it? The fire flickered, casting long shadows as the night deepened, and with it came the promise of more tales, yet untold. The crowd felt a longing in their hearts, a desperate need to know what would happen next, to be wrapped in the warmth of Gazer's courage and the chilling embrace of the sorceress's fury. The story continued, unbroken, a thread weaving through the tapestry of time, leaving them on the edge of their seats, breathless and yearning for more. The flickering flames of the campfire mirrored the embers of their souls, igniting a passion for the legend that lived on in each of them. The tale of Gazer was far from over, and as the first light of dawn began to hint at the horizon, the promise of more adventures hung in the air, tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach, a testament to the enduring spirit of a hero whose legend would never die. A chill wind swept across the vast steppe, stirring the long grasses into a soft whisper, as if the land itself held secrets yearning to be spoken. Beneath the endless sky, the legend of the white horse galloped through the hearts of the Mongolian people, weaving a tapestry of hope, freedom, and fierce loyalty. In a world where survival hinged on the strength of one's spirit and the bond with nature, this legendary creature stood as a symbol of all that was sacred and pure. The white horse was more than just an animal. It represented the spirit of the Mongolian nomads, those who roamed the land with the sun on their backs and the stars as their guiding lights. Tales of this magnificent beast echoed through generations, capturing the imagination of young and old alike. Villagers gathered around the flickering flames of a fire, their faces illuminated by the soft glow, as elders shared stories of the horse that could outrun the winds, its mane glistening like fresh snow under the moonlight. Among the stories, one particularly resonated deep within the souls of the listeners. It spoke of a fierce warrior, known for his unmatched skill in battle, and unyielding loyalty to his people. This warrior had a bond with a white horse like no other, a bond forged in moments of triumph and heartache. When the warrior rode into battle, the horse seemed to sense the beat of his heart. Together, they charged ahead, embodying the spirits of their ancestors, fighting for the freedom of their homeland. The horse was a reflection of the warrior's spirit, valiant, strong, and relentless. It became a living emblem of their struggles, a reminder that even in the darkest times, hope could gallop forward. But the legend didn't just stop at the battlefield. The white horse was woven into the very fabric of Mongolian life. It adorned festivals where villagers danced and sang, celebrating the bond between man and beast. The horse was present at every stage of life, from birth to death, each moment marked by rituals that honored its spirit. When a child was born, a small white horse would be painted on the wall of their home, a blessing for the years to come. The symbolism was clear. The child would grow to be strong and free, much like the horse itself. As the years passed, the bond between the Mongolian people and the white horse deepened. It embodied the essence of freedom, unfettered and wild, much like the steppe itself. In a place where the horizon stretched endlessly, the white horse could run without limits, just as the spirit of the Mongolian nomads soared above the constraints of a changing world. In every gallop, there was a promise. In every neigh, a reminder of the unity between earth and sky. Yet, the legend also bore the weight of sorrow. Tales of loss echoed through the ages, of warriors who returned from battle without their beloved steeds. The sight of an empty saddle would send chills of despair through the hearts of those left behind. The bond was so profound that the loss of a horse transformed into the loss of a family member, a piece of the very soul. At these moments, the whispers of the past grew louder, the spirits of the ancestors coming forth to offer solace. In the dim light of night, when the air was thick with tension, elders would share another tale, a story of a great storm that descended upon the land, threatening to rip apart the close-knit communities. The elders spoke of the white horse's bravery in the face of chaos, how it led the people to safety while the winds howled and thunder rumbled. The horse, almost a mythical guardian, became a beacon of hope, steering the lost back home. Each word carried a weight, drawing listeners into a shared experience of fear and triumph. With every retelling, the legend evolved, morphing into a living entity within the hearts of the Mongolian people. Children began to dream of white horses galloping across the steppe, their spirits intertwined with those of their ancestors. The images danced before their eyes, filling them with a sense of belonging and identity. They longed to ride, to feel the earth beneath their feet and the wind in their hair, to become part of the legend themselves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a rich tapestry of colors across the sky, the stories stirred a sense of unity among the listeners. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of the horse's gallop, binding them together in a silent vow to honor the legacy of the white horse. It was more than a symbol. It was a lifeline connecting generations, a reminder that the spirit of freedom and courage would always endure. The moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the steppe, illuminating the silhouettes of horses grazing peacefully in the distance. In that moment, time itself seemed to pause, allowing the spirits of the past to walk among the living. As if summoned by an unspoken command, the white horse appeared in the minds of all present. Its presence felt like a gentle caress on the soul. It was in that stillness where the whispers of the past melded with the hopes of the future that the legend of the white horse took on an even deeper meaning. It became a symbol of resilience, an emblem of the struggle for identity in an ever-changing world. Mongolian culture, rich with shades of sorrow and joy, found solace in the tales, knowing that as long as the legend endured, so too would their spirit. The fire crackled, snapping back to life as shadows danced along the walls. Eager eyes glimmered in the flickering light, filled with anticipation for the next story, the next chapter in the ongoing saga of the White Horse. With hearts racing and spirits soaring, they leaned in closer, ready to embrace whatever awaited them in the realm of legends, where the past and future intertwined, and the White Horse continued to run free across the endless steppe. Under the vast, unending sky of Mongolia, where the horizon meets the earth in a whisper, the wolf prowls through legends and tales, cloaked in a shroud of reverence and fear. It is not merely a creature of the wild, but a symbol woven into the very fabric of Mongolian culture, echoing through the ages, calling to those who dare to listen. The wolf, fierce yet loyal, embodies the spirit of survival, a connection to the land that nurtured the ancestors of this proud nation. In the early mornings, when the mist still clings to the grass, the people gather around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the soft glow. Elders share stories of the wolf, tales passed down through generations, each word dripping with emotion, weaving a connection between the past and the present. The wolf, in these stories, is not just a hunter. He is a guardian, a protector of the nomadic tribes who roamed the vast steppes. To many, he is a spirit guide, leading the brave and the lost alike through the trials of life. One tale speaks of a time when the earth was young, and the first warriors of Mongolia faced insurmountable odds. Their enemies were ruthless, but the spirits of the land rallied behind them, taking the form of wolves. These formidable creatures fought alongside the brave men, their loyalty unyielding and their howl echoing through the mountains, igniting courage in the hearts of those who stood against despair. The wolves became a beacon of hope, revealing ancient wisdom hidden beneath the surface of their primal instincts. As the sun sets over the rolling hills, the shadows grow longer, and the air thickens with tension. The wolf's presence looms, blending seamlessly into the landscape. In Mongolian mythology, wolves are seen as the ancestors of the Mongol people, a bloodline that traces back to the sacred blue wolf, believed to be the progenitor of Genghis Khan. This legendary figure, a unifying force who brought together warring tribes, held the wolf in high regard, believing it was a symbol of strength and resilience. The whispers of history echo in the night air, reminding the people that their past is alive, coursing through their veins, as fierce and untamed as the wolves that roam free. With each tale, the tension builds, weaving a fabric of reverence and respect for this majestic creature. In the Mongolian heart, the wolf is both a harbinger of death and a custodian of life. It teaches the importance of family and loyalty. It embodies the very essence of survival in a harsh land where every day is a battle against the elements. The bond between the wolf and the people is forged in the fires of hardship, a reflection of their own struggles and triumphs. Beneath the moonlit sky, the drums of a ceremonial gathering thrum like the heartbeat of the earth. The stories of the wolf intertwine with songs sung in honor of ancestors and nature. The people dance, their movements echoing the grace and power of the wolf. Each step resonates with the rhythm of the land, a tribute to the spirits that guide them. The air crackles with energy, a palpable connection to something greater, the pulse of life itself. In the silent moments, when the laughter fades and the fire embers glow softly, whispers of caution emerge. The wolf is not only an ally, but also a fierce adversary. In the tales, there are stories of betrayal and loss, of hunters who became the hunted. The wolf's instincts are sharp, its gaze piercing. It is a reminder of nature's balance, a force that must be respected. This duality adds depth to the lore, making the wolf a complex figure, one that embodies both the light and the dark. As legends continue to unfold, the wolf reveals its many faces. In some tales, the wolf teaches lessons of humility, exemplifying the importance of living in harmony with nature. In others, it is a symbol of vengeance, bringing justice to those who threaten the fragile balance of life. The people listen, captivated, as they recognize pieces of themselves in these stories: struggles, victories, and the relentless pursuit of freedom. The night grows deeper, and the stars shine brighter, reflecting the dreams of those who came before. The bond between the Mongolian people and the wolf transcends mere admiration. It becomes a life force, a shared spirit. The wolf guides them not just through the physical wilderness, but through the labyrinth of their own hearts, reminding them of their strength and resilience in the face of adversity. As dawn breaks, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the wolf's howl echoes across the steppes, a sound that stirs something primal within. It calls to the people, inviting them to rise and embrace their heritage, to carry forth the stories that shape their identity. The significance of the wolf in Mongolian mythology is a tapestry of emotions, history, and unbreakable bonds. With each passing moment, the tension of the night transforms into a fierce determination to honor the past while forging a path into the future. By acknowledging the wolf, the people affirm their connection to the land, to their ancestors, and to each other. They stand together, united by the stories that resonate in their hearts, knowing that the spirit of the wolf will always guide them. The tales may shift and change, but the essence remains, a profound respect for a creature that walks the line between worlds, embodying the struggle for survival and the power of love. As the sun rises higher, casting golden rays across the land, it becomes clear that the wolf's significance will never wane. The stories will continue to be told, echoing through the generations, binding the past to the present in an ever-flowing river of emotion and strength. The wolf, with its piercing eyes and unyielding spirit, becomes a reminder that within every heart, the wild still beats, urging each soul to honor their roots and embrace the journey that lies ahead. Fire crackled softly in the stone hearth, casting flickering shadows across the cozy room. It was here, beside the warmth of the flames, that a presence was felt but rarely seen. The air was thick with an unspoken bond, an ancient connection. Families gathered, sharing stories and laughter, while unseen watchers kept vigil, their whispers mingling with the crackle of the logs. These were the spirits of the hearth, domestic deities whose existence was woven into the fabric of daily life, each one a guardian of home and heart. In cultures across the world, such beings were not just figments of imagination. They were as real as the walls that sheltered families and the flames that warmed them. In ancient Rome, the goddess Vesta stood as the protector of the hearth. Her flame was sacred, tended to by the Vestal virgins, and her presence ensured that the household remained blessed and prosperous. A flicker of her flame was said to bring good fortune, while its extinguishing could spell disaster. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the dawn, families whispered prayers to her, seeking her watchful eye over their daily endeavors. In contrast, The Japanese spoke of the kitchen deity, Kamado-san, who safeguarded the cooking fire. She was more than just a spirit. She was a mother figure, nurturing and wise. A bowl of rice cooked to perfection was believed to be a sign of her favor. When the pot bubbled and steam wafted through the air, the family would gather around, each bite a testament to her love. Yet, neglect her, and the rice could burn or stick, a reminder that respect was paramount. Across the ocean, in the heart of the Andes, the Inca people revered Pachamama, the Earth Mother. Though she was often associated with nature, her essence also found a sacred place in domestic life. Each home had a corner dedicated to her, where offerings of food and flowers were laid. The bond with Pachamama was not merely spiritual. It was deeply emotional, a relationship that echoed through the generations. A broken relationship with her could bring drought and famine, while harmony could yield bountiful harvests. In moments of need, families would gather around their altars, pouring forth their hopes and fears, trusting that Pachamama could hear their prayers. Yet the spirits of the hearth were not merely passive watchers. They could be fierce protectors. In Norse mythology, the Nisa, or Tomt, was a small bearded figure who guarded farms and families. Folklore spoke of his mischievous nature, and a single act of unkindness could turn the benevolent spirit into a vengeful one. A family that neglected their duties or disrespected their home would wake to find their belongings mysteriously misplaced or livestock in disarray. The lesson was clear. Respect your home, and it would flourish. Disregard it, and chaos would reign. One evening, in a small village hidden within the dense woods of Scandinavia, a family gathered around their hearth. The flames danced, and shadows flickered against the walls. The father recounted tales of the Nisa, his voice low and laden with the weight of tradition. As he spoke, the crackling fire seemed to respond, crackling louder with each story, urging the children to listen closer. The mother, stirring a pot of stew, felt an odd chill sweep through the room, a warning perhaps. But the warmth of the hearth enveloped them, a thick blanket of reassurance, as they shared a meal blessed by both fire and spirit. As night deepened, the stories took on a life of their own, and soon the children were enraptured, eyes wide with wonder. Would the Nisa come to their home? Would he protect them? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the attic, breaking the spell. The children gasped, their hearts racing. Was it the Nisa, or something more sinister? The father's eyes narrowed, and he rose, his protective instincts kicking in. The mother exchanged glances with him, both aware of the fragile boundary between the worlds of the living and the spirits. In that moment of tension, one could almost feel the air grow thicker. Every breath felt like a whisper of the past, an acknowledgement of the spirits who walked beside them. In the quiet that followed, the hearth's glow grew warmer, as if the very flames were urging them to remember that while fear could knock at the door, it was love and respect that truly held the key. In ancient Greece, the household goddess Hestia was held in reverence. Her sacred flame was a beacon of family unity. Every meal began with a prayer. As families invoked her presence, the spirit of the hearth wrapping them in warmth and security. To neglect her was to invite strife and misfortune, a lesson passed down through generations. An empty hearth was as cold as a heart turned away from compassion. As the tales of Hestia spread, they crossed the seas and found a home in far-off lands. In some cultures, her essence morphed into new forms, each iteration carrying the same weight of responsibility and care. In homes adorned with the comforts of love, her spirit lingered, reminding families that it was not the size of the house that mattered, but the warmth within. Even as the world grew and changed, the spirits of the hearth remained timeless, woven into the very fabric of human existence. Every flicker of a flame whispered old secrets. Every crackle of burning wood carried echoes of laughter and love. Families carried their faith in these spirits in their hearts, knowing that as long as the fire burned bright, they were never truly alone. The tension in the air hung heavy, thick with anticipation and emotions. The hearth, a symbol of hope and protection, awaited the next tales to be spun, ready to absorb the joys and sorrows of lives lived within its embrace. As night deepened, the shadows danced once more, and the warmth of the hearth continued to weave its magic, drawing everyone closer, binding them together in a world where the mundane met the divine, forever intertwining their fates. The wind howled through the crags of the ancient mountain range, a chilling sound that echoed the whispers of a long-lost age. Flickering shadows danced across the stony walls, revealing the contours of long-forgotten cave paintings, their colors faded, but still vibrant with the life of history. It was here, where the earth held its breath, that legends of dragons and mythical beasts were born. In the distant past, when the world was still young and magic threaded through every blade of grass, dragons soared through the skies. Majestic and terrifying, they were the lords of the air, their scales glinting like jewels in the sun. The ancient civilizations revered these creatures, crafting intricate tales that spoke of their power and grace. The Egyptians carved hieroglyphs depicting serpentine figures, merging the line between gods and beasts. The Chinese celebrated dragons as symbols of strength and good fortune, their mythical forms woven into the very fabric of their culture. But not all stories painted these creatures in hues of admiration. In medieval Europe, tales transformed. Dragons became the embodiment of chaos, hoarding treasure and wreaking havoc upon innocent villages. The fiery breath that once symbolized the sun's warmth turned into a weapon of destruction, igniting fear in the hearts of the bravest knights. Sir George, clad in shimmering armor, faced the dragon that guarded the Golden Horde, a battle that would echo down the ages, a test of valor against the very embodiment of fear. Evidence of these creatures seeped through time, whispered in the pages of history. In a small village nestled at the edge of a dark forest, the townsfolk spoke of a beast that emerged under the cover of night. An ancient manuscript revealed the chilling account of the Brobdingnag dragon, a creature so massive that its wings cast shadows over entire fields. Farmers would wake in the morning to find their livestock gone, leaving behind only the faintest traces, a claw mark here, a singe of burnt grass there. The tales grew, fueled by the embers of fear and the flickers of imagination. In the flickering glow of a fire, children gathered around their elders, their eyes wide with anticipation. They listened to stories of the Kraken, a sea monster that lurked in the depths of the ocean, dragging ships down into the dark abyss. Each tale was a thread woven into the fabric of history, passing from one generation to the next, like a torch lighting the way through the night. Fear and wonder mingled in the hearts of the young, compelling them to gaze into the deep waters with both trepidation and awe. As the seasons changed and time marched on, dragons began to evolve in the minds of storytellers. In the tales of the Vikings, the Midgard serpent coiled around the world, representing the eternal struggle between man and monster. Those who dared to challenge fate found themselves face to face with these colossal beings, their hearts pounding with a mixture of dread and exhilaration. Meanwhile, in distant lands, the legends of the griffin began to take flight. With the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, this creature symbolized the majestic union of earth and sky. Kings adorned their shields with griffins, believing they would protect them in battle. As armored men clashed on distant fields, the specter of the griffin loomed large, a reminder that even the fiercest warriors could not escape the clutches of fate. The tension mounted through the ages. Tales of mythical beasts growing more intricate, the lines blurring between fear and fascination. In ancient India, the Naga, a serpent-like deity, was both feared and revered, embodying the power of water and rain. Farmers prayed for the Naga's favor, hoping for bountiful harvests, yet the shadows of its wrath haunted their dreams. As the sun set over the world, filling the skies with hues of crimson and gold, people began to understand that these mythical creatures were reflections of their own fears, desires, and dreams. Dragons represented the wildness of nature, the untamed spirit that could both create and destroy. In the flickering shadows of an ancient castle, a tapestry depicted a dragon battling a knight, a scene frozen in time. The fabric whispered stories of glory and despair, with every thread a testament to the struggles of humankind against the beasts of their imagination. The knight's sword glinted, poised for battle, yet the dragon's eyes glowed with an ancient wisdom, a reminder that true strength lay not in the act of slaying, but in understanding the creature within. Yet, as the night deepened, the whispers of the past echoed louder. In the depths of the forest, the tales of the chupacabra rose, a beast that haunted the nightmares of farmers in distant lands. Described as a creature that drained the life from livestock, it was a haunting specter of desperation, mirroring the very fears that plagued the human heart. As darkness enveloped the land, the tension crackled like static in the air, unseen but felt, a precursor to the stories yet to unfold. The pulse of history beat strong, urging the storytellers to weave new tapestries of dragons and beasts, merging the old with the new. Each creature, whether a majestic dragon soaring through the clouds or a shadowy figure lurking just beyond the light, captured the essence of human emotion: fear, hope, courage, and wonder. In every village, every castle, and every whispering forest, the legacy of these mythical beings lived on. They were more than mere tales. They were reflections of humanity itself, ever evolving, ever persistent. As the last echoes of the night settled, the minds of the people turned to what was yet to come, promising more chilling tales filled with the same ferocity and mystery that had enthralled hearts for centuries. The world was alive with the pulse of countless legends, each one a doorway to the unknown, a promise that the story continued, ever hungry for the next chapter to unfold. The air was thick with anticipation, a harbinger of the next great tale, waiting just beyond the horizon. In the vast expanses of the Mongolian steppes, where the wind carries whispers of ancient stories, women stand as powerful figures in the myths that echo through time. They are not just followers of tradition. They are fierce warriors, wise shamans, and nurturing mothers, each embodying a strength that shapes the very fabric of Mongolian culture. As the sun sets, painting the sky in hues of red and gold, the silhouettes of women can be seen riding horses with unyielding confidence, their hair flowing like wild rivers behind them. These are the heroines of legend, women who defy norms and forge paths that resonate across generations. In Mongolian mythology, women are often depicted as guardians of the land. The story of Kurlin, the river goddess, reveals how women are intertwined with nature itself. Legends tell of her fierce spirit, nurturing the waters that sustain life. As she flows through valleys, her essence is said to grant fertility to the earth, ensuring that the crops flourish and the livestock thrive. Kurlen embodies the idea that women not only give life, but also protect and sustain it, positioning them as central figures in the cycle of existence that defines the Mongolian way of life. Then there are the tales of the warrior women, such as the legendary Kutulun, a relative of Genghis Khan. With the heart of a lion and the skills of a seasoned fighter, she is said to have defeated many suitors in wrestling matches, only to choose to remain free and independent. Her story ignites a fiery passion, showcasing how women have defied the boundaries set before them. Kutulun rides alongside the men, her spear glinting in the sun, her laughter ringing like bells among the mountains. In her, we see the embodiment of courage and the refusal to surrender to societal expectations, her legacy a powerful reminder that strength can take many forms. As night descends over the steppe, the flickering flames of a campfire cast shadows that dance like spirits. The elders tell stories of women like the shamaness, who connects the earthly realm to the spiritual. With their intricate rituals and deep understanding of the cosmos, these women wield a power that transcends the physical world. They are healers and guides, feared yet revered, their wisdom sought by those who seek answers. The tales of the shamaness echo through the ages, blending magic with reality as they invoke the spirits of the ancestors to protect their people from harm. Each incantation is filled with emotion, a testament to the strength of women who stand as the bridge between worlds. The role of women in these stories is far from passive. They are warriors and leaders in their own right. The legendary tales of the Mongolian princess, who fought for her people against invading forces, tell of a woman who held her ground with unwavering resolve. Her battle cry rings through the valleys, empowering those around her. In these moments, one can almost feel the adrenaline surging through the air, electrifying the spirit of all who hear her name. She is not merely a figure in the background. She is a force, reminding everyone that courage knows no gender. In the myths surrounding the creation of the world, we find the eternal figure of the Mother Goddess, who birthed the universe from nothingness. Her essence encapsulates the qualities of love, creation, and nurturing, traits that resonate deeply within the Mongolian psyche. Stories tell how she shaped the mountains and rivers, each curve and bend reflecting her graceful touch. The reverence for the Mother Goddess is palpable, a reminder that the feminine divine is woven into the very fabric of existence, illustrating that the stories of women are not just tales. They are the essence of life itself. As the stars twinkle above, a hush falls over the land, and the stories of women continue to unfold. The wise matriarchs, often portrayed as the keepers of knowledge, pass down their wisdom through generations. In the flicker of the firelight, the young girls listen with wide eyes, absorbing the teachings of their mothers and grandmothers. They learn about resilience, honor, and the importance of community. Each story is a thread that weaves them into the larger tapestry of their culture, instilling in them a sense of belonging and purpose that resonates deeply in their hearts. In the windswept plains, stories of love and sacrifice emerge as well. The myth of the lovers torn apart by fate showcases the power of love that transcends time and space. The heroine, driven by her unwavering devotion, defies the odds, determined to reunite with her beloved, even against the fiercest of adversities. The emotional weight of her journey pulls at the heartstrings, illustrating the lengths to which women will go for love. The passion in her struggle mirrors the deep connections that bind families and communities together, illustrating that the spirit of women is as unyielding as the mountains that guard their homes. Thus, the night deepens, and the stories weave into a rich tapestry, each thread vibrant with emotion and meaning. The interplay of strength and vulnerability renders the women of Mongolian myths not only figures of power, but also symbols of the human experience, complex, multifaceted, and deeply relatable. The world might change, but the essence of these tales, the role of women within them, remains a timeless reminder of resilience, love, and the indomitable spirit that endures. The flickering fire casts an otherworldly glow, illuminating the faces of those who listen, each captivated by the legacy that flows through their veins. As the tales transform the darkness into a world filled with possibilities, the tension builds, drawing everyone closer. The bonds of shared stories pulse with life, echoing the heartbeat of a culture that recognizes the value of its women. The myths speak not only of the past, but of a future where the spirit of these remarkable women continues to inspire generations to come, linking them to a profound sense of identity and purpose, an unbreakable chain that binds them to the land and each other, ready for the next chapter. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient burial mounds. A soft wind rustled the grass, as if the earth itself whispered secrets of those who had come before. In every culture across time, death has been more than an end. It has been a doorway, a threshold to something beyond. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, it painted the world in hues of orange and crimson, a reminder that life is fleeting, yet eternally intertwined with the mysteries of existence. In ancient Egypt, the dead were not lost, they were transformed. The grand pyramids, towering against the backdrop of the desert, served as gateways to the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that a soul would journey through the underworld, facing trials and tribulations, until it reached the judgment of Osiris. A heart weighed against a feather, signifying truth and justice. Those who led virtuous lives would bask in the fields of Aru, a paradise filled with lush greenery and eternal peace. But for the wicked, the consequences were dire. Devoured by the monstrous Ammit, their souls would be extinguished forever. This notion of judgment paints a vivid picture of fear mingled with hope. Far to the east, in the rolling hills of ancient India, the belief in reincarnation took root. The cycle of samsara spun endlessly, each life a thread in a vast tapestry. Souls would be reborn, their next existence shaped by the karma they accumulated. A kind act could elevate one to a higher caste, while a selfish deed might lead to the life of a rat or a scavenger. Imagine the weight of every choice, each decision echoing through lifetimes, the potential to grow or to regress. The belief in rebirth offered both a sense of power and a chilling reminder of accountability. Across the sea, the ancient Greeks gazed skyward, their myths rich with tales of the afterlife. The realms of Hades were not merely a dark void, but a complex world of shades and spirits. The Greeks believed in the Elysian fields, a place where the heroic and virtuous could find eternal bliss, a stark contrast to the gloomy depths of Tartarus reserved for the irredeemable. Their stories were cautionary tales, teaching that one's actions reverberated through eternity. The myth of Orpheus, who sought to reclaim his beloved Eurydice from the depths, tugged at the heartstrings of all who heard it. It spoke of love so profound, it could challenge even the laws of the dead. Meanwhile, the stark landscapes of the Norse world were woven with beliefs that embodied both terror and grandeur. The Valkyries, fierce warrior maidens, chose those who would die in battle and those who would live. For the bravest warriors, Valhalla awaited, a hall of feasting and glory. Yet, the Norse people were acutely aware of the inevitability of Ragnarok, a cataclysmic end that would reshape the cosmos. To them, death was a heroic passage, a chance to leave a legacy, to fight until the very end, and then, perhaps, to rise again in some form, whether in tales told by the fireside or in the dreams of the living. Farther south, in the lands that would become the heart of the Aztec Empire, beliefs about the afterlife were steeped in ritual and sacrifice. The Aztecs envisioned a complex afterlife where the fate of a soul depended heavily on the manner of its death. Those who fell in battle or died during childbirth were believed to ascend to the sun, basking in its warmth for eternity. But the common folk faced a more daunting fate, spending years traversing the treacherous paths of the underworld, Mictlan, before finding peace. Their beliefs were intertwined with the cycles of nature, a reflection of life's impermanence and the constant dance between creation and destruction. In the rich tapestry of human culture, the beliefs surrounding death and rebirth served as both comfort and caution. They instilled a sense of purpose, igniting the desire to live honorably and thoughtfully. The echoes of these ancient convictions continue to resonate. In every corner of the world, from the bustling streets of Tokyo to the quiet corners of a remote village, people ponder the eternal questions of existence. What lies beyond the final breath? Is there something waiting for us? Or do we simply fade into the abyss? As night fell and the stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse of the universe, a sense of unity emerged among these diverse beliefs. They all spoke to humanity's deepest fears and hopes, the yearning for connection, for understanding, for a continuation beyond this life. The stories of ancestors whispered through time, binding generations with threads of shared longing. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a child listened intently as her grandmother recounted tales of their lineage. Stories steeped in the rich history of their culture, where each tale was a reminder that even in death, the loved ones who passed would always linger on, woven into the very fabric of life. The child felt a twinge of sadness mixed with comfort, a bittersweet understanding that love transcends even the finality of death. As the wind howled outside, carrying with it the haunting melodies of the past, the line between life and death blurred. Every heartbeat pulsed with the essence of those who had come before. The stories of the afterlife were not merely myths, but reflections of humanity's quest for meaning. And as night deepened, one could almost hear the whispers of the ancients, promising that beyond the veil of mortality lay a realm where souls danced in eternal reunion, waiting for the dawn of a new beginning. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the gathering. A flicker of firelight danced across the faces of those gathered, illuminating their eyes, wide with wonder and fear. The rhythmic thumping of drums pulsed like a heartbeat, resonating in the very bones of the earth. Tonight was a night of transformation, a night when the boundaries between worlds would blur, and the ancient spirits would breathe life into their rituals. In a secluded village deep within the Siberian tundra, A shaman clad in furs stood at the center of a circle woven from sacred herbs and stones. His hands, weathered and wise, clutched a rattle made from the bones of a long-forgotten animal, its sound echoing through the chill of the night. The gathered villagers, wrapped in blankets against the biting cold, felt a shiver, not just from the temperature, but from the palpable energy that reverberated around them. They whispered tales of ancestors who had walked this very ground, spirits who cradled their destinies in hands unseen. As the shaman began to chant in a language lost to time, the air grew thicker with the weight of stories. Each syllable was a thread woven into the fabric of existence, pulling at the hearts of those who listened. Young and old alike were entranced. They could almost see the spirits rising like mist from the earth, weaving around the flickering flames. This was not merely a performance. It was a bridge to the past, a sacred connection to something far greater than themselves. The shaman's voice rose and fell like the waves of the ocean, calling forth the spirits of the land. With each breath, he summoned the essence of the bear, the wisdom of the owl, and the cunning of the fox. It was in these animals that the villagers found their stories, their strengths, and their vulnerabilities. The connection to nature was a lifeline, a reminder that every creature, every plant, had a role in the grand narrative of life. The villagers knew that these rituals were not just for entertainment. They were a way to honor the spirits that guided them through every season, every hardship, and every triumph. They believed the shaman could travel into the spirit realm, retrieving lost knowledge and healing their wounds, both personal and collective. The past was alive in these moments, and the spirits were listening, waiting for their stories to be told once more. Suddenly, the beat of the drums quickened. The shaman, eyes rolled back, entered a trance, his body swaying with the rhythm. The air thickened, crackling with the energy of the unseen. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they sensed the shift. The very fabric of reality was bending. The shaman was no longer just a man. He was a vessel for the spirits, a conduit through which the ancient wisdom flowed. The crowd leaned in closer, hearts pounding, yearning for the messages that hung in the air, like the fragrance of wild sage. They felt the whispers of their ancestors, urging them to remember. Remember the stories of the Great Hunt, where the spirits of the animals were offered thanks for their sacrifice. Remember the rituals of the harvest, where grains were blessed, the earth thanked, and the cycle of life celebrated. They felt the weight of generations upon their shoulders, a call to preserve and protect the fragile balance of their existence. As the shaman's trance deepened, visions spun through the air, vibrant and colorful. The villagers could almost see the spirits dancing, swirling around them like leaves caught in a gust of wind. They felt the laughter of children long gone, echoing in their hearts, and the tears of elders who had witnessed great change. The past, present, and future converged into a singular moment of raw emotion, where fear, love, and hope collided. The shaman's voice broke through the intensity, calling forth the spirit of a great wolf. The villagers felt a shift in the air, a collective intake of breath. The wolf, a symbol of loyalty and courage, embodied the strength they needed to face the encroaching challenges of the modern world. The shaman spoke of unity, of the importance of standing together against the tide of forgetfulness that threatened to wash away their traditions. The wolf called them to safeguard their knowledge, to guard their stories fiercely, lest they fade into oblivion. The drums pounded in a feverish crescendo, and the villagers responded with their own voices, joining the haunting melody that blended their souls into a tapestry of sound. They became one with the music, one with the spirits, transcending the boundaries of time and space. Each heart beat in sync, an echo of the drum that resonated with the very core of their being. The fire blazed higher, casting shadows that danced along the ground, reminding them of the ephemeral nature of life and the need to grasp every moment. Tension hung in the air, a fragile thread that connected them all. Just as the energy reached a fever pitch, the shaman suddenly fell to his knees, the rattle clattering to the ground. Silence enveloped the crowd, hearts frozen in disbelief. For a moment, it felt as though the world had stopped. The spirits were restless, and the balance had shifted. Then, like a long-forgotten whisper, the shaman's eyes flickered open, filled with a light that was more than human. He spoke, his voice echoing with the weight of many. "The spirits have spoken," he declared, each word a hammer striking the anvil of fate. "They ask for a sacrifice, a promise to honor the old ways amidst the storms of change." The villagers felt the weight of his words settle in their hearts, the responsibility of the past resting heavy on their souls. Just as the tension seemed unbreakable, the first hints of dawn began to soften the horizon. The fire, still burning bright, illuminated the faces of the villagers who stood ready to commit to the path laid before them. With hands raised, they embraced the call, vowing to carry the stories of the past into the future, a luminous thread connecting generations. As the last echoes of the shaman's trance faded into the early morning light, the villagers emerged from the circle, transformed. They had brushed the surface of something profound, something that would ripple through their lives and community for years to come. The spirits had breathed life into their hearts, and in that sacred exchange, the promise of continuity hung in the air, vibrant and alive. The world beyond their circle awaited, and as they stepped into the dawn, they felt the weight of their ancestors beside them, guiding them, whispering stories yet to be told. The journey of remembering had only just begun, and the shadows of the night lingered just beyond the fire's glow, hinting at the depths yet to be explored. In the shadowy recesses of Mongolia's vast steppes, where winds whisper ancient tales and mountains loom like silent guardians, a transformation began, one that would intertwine the spiritual with the mythic, casting a long shadow over the land's rich tapestry of beliefs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the air crackled with the weight of change. Buddhism, with its serene promises and profound teachings, seeped into the very fabric of Mongolian mythology, giving rise to a blend of beliefs that would shape the identity of its people. Centuries ago, the Mongols, fierce and proud, roamed the endless plains, guided by spirits of the earth and sky. Their mythology was steeped in shamanistic rituals, where the shaman served as a bridge between the living and the spirit world. Yet, as merchants traveled the Silk Road, weaving through the vast territories of Asia, they brought more than goods. They brought ideas. The arrival of Buddhism was like a gentle rain upon dry soil, nurturing seeds of compassion and enlightenment that took root in the hearts of the nomadic tribes. In this evolving spiritual landscape, the stories of deities began to shift. The ferocious Tengri, the sky god, known for his immense power, found a new counterpart in the serene figure of Buddha. Legends intertwined, creating a pantheon where the fierce warrior spirits adapted to new roles. The amalgamation brought forth figures like Genghis Khan, who, despite his warlike reputation, was revered as a divine ruler under the guidance of both Tengri and Buddhist beliefs. The duality of existence became a theme, where strength and compassion coexisted in harmony, much like the rugged terrain of Mongolia itself. As Buddhism spread, so did the practice of creating stupas, graceful structures rising against the boundless sky. These sacred monuments, adorned with intricate carvings and symbols, became focal points of worship. Each stupa encapsulated stories of past lives and future rebirths, resonating deeply with the Mongolian people who had always revered the cycle of life. The faithful would gather around these towering edifices, their prayers and hopes mingling in the cool night air as they sought blessings from both the ancient spirits and the newly embraced Buddhist deities. The legends of compassion and mercy began to take root. Avalokiteshvara, the bodhisattva known for his boundless love, emerged as a beloved figure, embodying the ideals of kindness and selflessness. Stories spread of his many forms, each one a beacon of hope. In the eyes of the Mongolian herdsman, Avalokiteshvara took on the guise of a protector, watching over flocks and families, a gentle guardian in the brutal embrace of nature. The connection felt by the people was visceral, a thread weaving through their lives, binding them to a legacy of empathy that transcended the harshness of their existence. But not all was tranquil in this spiritual evolution. The winds of change carried the echoes of tension as old shamanistic traditions clashed with the new Buddhist ideals. The shaman, once the revered mediator of the spirit world, found his role challenged. In the dim light of flickering fires, stories were exchanged, tales of struggle and resilience, where shamans navigated the shifting tides of belief, adapting their practices to coexist with the rising influence of Buddhism. Rituals began to merge, the shaman's drumbeat intertwined with the chanting of sutras, creating a haunting melody that stirred the souls of all who listened. Amidst these tensions, the tales of the Mongolian heroes grew richer, infused with both the tenacity of the past and the wisdom of the present. These legends, once steeped in the raw power of nature, now began to reflect the complexities of human emotion. The heroes of old became more than warriors. They transformed into figures embodying virtues, courage, intertwined with compassion, strength, tempered by understanding. The stories of their trials and tribulations took on new meanings, echoing the teachings of Buddha, reminding the people of the path to enlightenment through suffering and perseverance. In the heart of the steppes, Buddhist monks became not only spiritual leaders, but also keepers of knowledge. They traveled from one gear to another, sharing teachings that resonated deeply with the nomads. The gentle sounds of prayer and meditation began to mingle with the songs of the wind. Rituals honoring the spirits of ancestors adapted, now infused with the reverence for karma and rebirth. As the incense curled upwards, it carried the hopes and dreams of a people seeking solace in the eternal dance of existence. Grief and joy, pain and transcendence, the emotional landscape of Mongolian mythology became a vivid tapestry, intricately woven with threads of Buddhist thought. The stories of life and death transcended mere narrative. They became lessons in resilience and hope. The pain of loss transformed into a celebration of life's fleeting beauty, echoing the Buddhist viewpoint of impermanence. The past was no longer a distant memory, but a living, breathing force that shaped the present. As the silver moon illuminated the open plains, the spirits of the ancestors whispered to the living, urging them to remember. The stories of the past, once solely tied to shamanism, now danced in harmony with the teachings of compassion and mindfulness brought forth by Buddhism. The Mongolian people found themselves at a crossroads, one foot anchored in the rich soil of their ancient beliefs, and the other stepping cautiously into a new era of spiritual understanding. The influence of Buddhism on Mongolian mythology created a symphony of beliefs that resonated through every valley and mountain, every whisper of the wind, and every beat of the drum. It was a transformation that was neither abrupt nor clear-cut, but rather a gentle merging of ideas, a slow but unstoppable tide that shaped the way of life for many. And as the stars twinkled above, illuminating the path for those who wandered, the stories continued, flowing like a river, winding and weaving, forever evolving, carrying the essence of a people who embraced change while holding tightly to their roots. The saga was far from over. The interplay of faith and myth would continue to inspire as the shadows of the past danced into the light of a new dawn. Under the pale light of a flickering lantern, an old woman sat on a worn wooden stool, her weathered hands cradling a gnarled walking stick. The air was thick with anticipation, and the soft sounds of the night wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. Outside the small gathering, shadows danced beneath the ancient trees, their twisted branches whispering secrets only the wind could understand. The villagers, young and old, sat cross-legged on the cool earth, their wide eyes fixed upon her as if she were an oracle, ready to spill tales that had traveled through time, carried on the breath of countless storytellers. Once upon a time, her voice trembled, yet it held an undeniable power that drew them in. It was a simple phrase, one that had begun countless tales, but tonight it set the stage for an enchanting world of dreams and fears. In that moment, the boundaries between reality and imagination blurred. Each listener suspended between what was known and what was yet to be revealed. As her story unfolded, she spoke of a distant village, hidden deep within the forest, a place where the sun cast golden rays upon vibrant flowers, and children laughed as they played. But beneath that joyous facade lay a darkness, an ancient curse that had been woven into the very fabric of the village. The villagers, unaware of the malevolent spirit that roamed their land, continued with their daily lives, their joy a stark contrast to the lurking dread. Every full moon, a haunting melody echoed through the woods, a siren's call that beckoned the unwary. Those who ventured too close would vanish, swallowed by the shadows. The old woman's voice dipped and rose, each word a brushstroke painting a grim picture. The tension in the air felt palpable, as if the very trees held their breath, waiting for what would come next. Suddenly, a brave soul named Ilara decided to uncover the truth behind the song. With trembling hands and a heart full of courage, she ventured into the forest one fateful night. The villagers warned her of the dangers, their voices a chorus of fear, but Ilara was driven by something deeper, an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. As she walked, the moonlight cast a silvery path, illuminating her way. Her heart pounded in her chest, a rhythm that matched the eerie melody that floated through the night. The old woman leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "What happened next, you ask?" she whispered, her voice low enough that even the wind seemed to listen. The children leaned forward, their breath held tight in their chests as they imagined the horrors that awaited Ilara. In the depths of the forest, Ilara met the spirit, a figure cloaked in mist, with eyes like burning coals. The spirit spoke in a voice that chilled the very marrow of her bones, revealing the truth behind the curse. Long ago, the villagers had wronged the spirit, banishing it from their land, and now it demanded retribution. Fear and determination warred within Ilara as she listened, her mind racing with thoughts of her loved ones, her home, and the price that must be paid. As the old woman's tale swirled through the air, the listeners were entranced, riding the emotional waves that crashed against the shores of their hearts. They gasped as Ilara bravely confronted the spirit, her voice rising above the haunting melody. "I will make it right," she declared, her courage igniting a spark of hope in the darkness. But the spirit was not easily swayed. It demanded a sacrifice, a soul, to replace the shadows that had taken hold of the village. The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air, each listener feeling the gravity of Ilara's choice. Would she save her village at the cost of her own life? Or could she find another way, a path that would break the curse without surrendering herself to the abyss? With each heartbeat, the story grew more intense, the rhythm quickening as Ilara raced against time. The old woman's voice rose and fell like the tide, pulling the villagers along with it, their breaths synchronizing with the rising tension of the tale. The forest seemed to close in around them, the night alive with unspoken fears, each listener imagining themselves in Ilara's place. Just as hope seemed to flicker and fade, Ilara remembered the stories told in hushed tones, the forgotten legends of her ancestors who had faced similar trials. She called upon the wisdom of the old tales, weaving together the threads of courage, sacrifice, and love that had always bound her people. A brilliant light enveloped her, illuminating the dark woods as she faced the spirit anew. The villagers held their breath, the tension rising like steam from a boiling pot. They could almost feel the warmth of Ilara's light enveloping them, a beacon against the cold grasp of the spirit. "You are not just a curse," she proclaimed, her voice strong and steady. "You are a part of our story, and we will rewrite it together." With that, a transformation unfolded, the spirit's fury melting away like frost in the morning sun. The shadows receded, revealing the vibrant colors of the forest, and the haunting melody shifted into a joyful song, echoing the laughter of the villagers. But just as the old woman reached the climax of her tale, the bated breath of her audience hung in the air, like a promise, yet unfulfilled. With a mischievous twinkle in her eye, she paused, her voice a whisper that floated through the gathering like a gentle breeze. And so, the spirit and the villagers forged a bond, a new legend, born from the ashes of fear. But what happened to Ilara? Did she return? Or did she become part of the legend herself, joining the chorus of whispers in the forest? The villagers leaned closer, their hearts racing, the night thick with suspense. The air crackled with anticipation, the lantern flickering as if it too shared in the enchantment. The old woman smiled cryptically, for she knew that the stories never truly ended. They merely transformed, waiting for the next brave soul to keep the flame alive. And beyond the flickering light, the shadows continued to dance, whispering the secrets of the past, ready to inspire the next wave of tales that would echo through time, forever intertwined with the laughter and tears of those who dared to listen. The rhythm pulsed through the air like a heartbeat, echoing the very essence of life itself. In ancient Greece, beneath the sprawling olive trees and the watchful gaze of the gods, music filled the amphitheaters, entwining with the words of poets and the stories of old. The notes danced like flames, flickering and soaring, carrying the hopes and fears of humanity. As the lyre's strings vibrated, the audience felt an electric connection, a web of emotions that transcended time and space. In those moments, stories were no mere tales. They became living entities, each note igniting a spark of recognition. The myth of Orpheus and Eurydice came alive with every strum, every haunting melody that poured from Orpheus's heart. When he played, the very stones wept, and the shadows of the underworld paused, captivated. Listeners could almost see Eurydice's face, illuminated by the soft glow of dawn, as Orpheus's sorrowful notes wrapped around her spirit. It was in music that the boundary between life and death blurred, becoming a bridge to the divine. In Africa, the beat of the drum echoed through the villages, a call to the ancestors. Each rhythm told a story, a collective memory passed down through generations. The djembe, crafted from wood and animal skin, demanded attention, its voice rising above the hum of daily life. When the dancers moved, their feet kissing the earth, they became conduits of history. They told tales of creation, of gods descending from the heavens, of the first humans who walked the land. Every twist and turn, every leap into the air was a prayer, a connection to something far greater. In the heart of the Amazon, the indigenous tribes gathered around flickering fires, their voices harmonizing in songs that resonated with the spirit of the jungle. The music swelled, merging with the rustling leaves and the calls of unseen creatures. Here, the stories of the earth and sky intertwined. The shaman, cloaked in feathers and painted in vibrant colors, led the dance, moving with a grace that seemed to transcend the physical realm. Each beat of the drum echoed the pulse of the earth, reminding all who watched that they belonged to something sacred. As the night deepened, the air thick with anticipation, the tribe summoned the spirits through their dance. They invoked the power of creation with each swing of their arms, each stomp of their feet, weaving a tapestry of life and death, joy and sorrow. In Asia, the ancient art of kabuki rose from the shadows of the past, each performance a vivid display of emotion and myth. The actors, adorned in lavish costumes, transformed into gods and warriors, their movements punctuated by the strumming of the shamisen. With every gesture, they embodied stories of honor, betrayal, and love, drawing the audience into a world where the lines between reality and legend blurred. The music surged, pulling at heartstrings as the characters faced their fates on stage. Gasps filled the air when a hero fell, and cheers erupted when justice was served, the blend of music and movement resonating with the depths of human experience. The Native American tribes gathered to share their stories around the fire, where the flickering flames mirrored their spirits. Drums beat like thunder, invoking the power of the earth and sky. The dancers, adorned with feathers and beads, moved in a circle, embodying the animals of the land and the spirits of their ancestors. Each step resonated with the wisdom of the past, the music guiding them as they celebrated life, death, and rebirth. The songs echoed tales of the Great Spirit, while the dancers, lost in the rhythm, became one with the universe, creating a sacred space where the past and present intertwined. In the snow-capped mountains of the Himalayas, the monks chanted as their voices rose in harmonious waves. The sound of the Tibetan singing bowls filled the air, creating a mystical atmosphere that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of existence. Each note carried the weight of centuries, a bridge to enlightenment and the divine. As the monks moved, their hands gestured to the cosmos, embodying the teachings of ancient texts. The dance of the universe unfolded through their movements, a reminder that every sound and motion was part of a greater narrative. Across the seas, in the vibrant streets of the Caribbean, the rhythm of calypso and reggae told stories of struggle, resilience, and joy. The music echoed the history of a people who danced for freedom, their bodies swaying with the rhythm of the waves. Each song was a proclamation, a celebration of life amid the hardships. The dancers, their faces lit with laughter, became the voice of their ancestors, carrying forward the tales of love and loss. Their movements fluid and alive, igniting the spirit of the festival. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled like ancient eyes, the universality of music and dance became palpable, a thread that wove through every culture, every story. The emotions poured forth, uniting people across time and space, as they echoed the struggles and triumphs of humanity. The haunting melodies, the vibrant beats, the graceful movements, they were not merely forms of entertainment. They were lifelines, connecting the past with the present, the earthly realm with the divine. The dancers, the musicians, the storytellers, all were the guardians of history, weaving the rich tapestry of human experience. Each performance was a reminder that music and dance were not just acts of creation. They were acts of remembrance, linking generations in a beautiful, unbroken chain. The stories lived on, as alive as the rhythm that pulsed through the earth, waiting for the next moment when the drums would call and the dancers would rise once more, echoing the eternal dance of existence. And in this sacred space, where the past intertwined with the present, the narrative continued, ever unfolding, like a mesmerizing melody that refused to end. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the air thickened with anticipation, the flickering of lanterns casting warm, dancing shadows across the eager faces of the crowd. Joyous laughter mingled with the fragrant scent of spices wafting through the streets, echoing the heartbeat of communities brought together by age-old traditions. Each festival, a vibrant tapestry woven from history, myth, and the raw emotions of those who came before, was about to unfold. In the chill of winter, as the nights grew longer, people gathered to celebrate the winter solstice, a moment that marked the rebirth of the sun. Deep within their hearts lay the story of the sun god, who battled darkness to reclaim the sky. Rituals of fire exploded with warmth, heralding the return of light. Young and old danced around blazing pyres, their shadows flickering like spirits from ancient times, reminding them that even in the darkest nights, hope would return. Spring arrived, bursting forth like a symphony of color. The earth awoke in a riot of blossoms, and the air hummed with the excitement of renewal. In many cultures, the festival of Ostara beckoned, embodying the goddess of fertility and rebirth. Children ran through fields, their laughter echoing the joyous song of life rejuvenating. Rituals included planting seeds, each one a promise of what was to come. As families gathered to share meals, stories of the past intertwined with dreams for the future, their eyes sparkling with the magic of new beginnings. Summer ignited the world in a blaze of warmth, bringing forth the celebration of midsummer. Communities draped in flowers and greenery danced around bonfires, chanting songs that echoed through the ages. It was believed that the veil between worlds thinned during this time, allowing for connections with ancestors. People shared tales of harvest and prosperity, honoring the sun's generous gifts. The stories flowed, rich and vibrant, filling the air with a sense of unity. Hearts soared as they celebrated the abundance of life, their spirits intertwined like the roots of ancient trees. As autumn crept in, the world shifted into shades of gold and crimson. The festival of Samhain marked the end of the harvest season, a time when the boundary between the living and the dead blurred. Families created altars adorned with photographs, candles flickering like guiding stars for those who had crossed over. The air was thick with nostalgia, as stories of loved ones lost echoed through gathered hearts. It was a bittersweet reminder of life's fragility, a celebratory farewell to the bounty of the past, and a hopeful gaze toward the future. The crackling of bonfires punctuated the evening, casting warm light on faces illuminated with emotion as they shared tales of those who came before. Each seasonal festival was steeped in myth, a testament to humanity's struggle and triumph over the cycles of nature. The wheel of the year turned, spinning tales of gods and goddesses who danced through the ages, each legend woven into the fabric of these ancient celebrations. The autumn winds whispered secrets of harvest, carrying the echoes of a time when farmers would offer the first fruits of their labor to deities, ensuring the blessings of a bountiful yield. The connection to the earth became a profound reminder of their roots, an unbroken chain linking generations. In the flickering light of the harvest moon, they would feast, sharing the fruits of their labor amidst laughter and storytelling. The air crackled with energy, a promise that life would continue, that the cycle of birth and rebirth would endure. As winter returned, the cold embraced the land, yet inside homes, hearts burned brightly. The festival of lights illuminated the dark, each candle representing hope, resilience, and the light within. Families gathered around, sharing warm drinks, their breaths visible in the frosty air, while singing songs passed down through generations. In that moment, the past collided with the present, and the spirit of those who had come before filled the room, their laughter echoing off the walls. These seasonal festivals were not mere celebrations. They were lifelines, connecting people to their ancestors and their heritage. Each festival carried with it a sense of belonging, a reminder that they were part of something larger, a continuum of stories and struggles that shaped their identities. The laughter, the tears, the music, and the silence spoke of a shared humanity, a bond that transcended time and space. As the seasons danced, so did the stories. The cycle continued, each festival a reminder that life was a series of ebbs and flows. When the summer sun kissed the earth, it nurtured the seeds for the next cycle. And when winter's chill descended, it called forth reflection and remembrance. Mythological figures from times long past were invoked, their stories brought to life through rituals that had sustained generations. As dusk settled over the land, the celebrations would rise to a crescendo, laughter mixing with the crackling of flames, the glow of lanterns illuminating joyful faces. Each festival was a chapter in an ongoing saga, one that would never truly end, but instead transition seamlessly into the next, weaving an eternal narrative of joy, sorrow, hope, and unity that would echo for ages to come. The air thrummed with energy, alive with the pulse of collective memory, as every heart beat in time with ancient rhythms. And as the last embers of the festival faded into the night, they carried with them the whispers of stories yet to be told, waiting for the dawn of another season to awaken once more. In the vast wind-swept steppes of Mongolia, where the horizon stretches endlessly under a canopy of sky, the sound of hooves drums like a heartbeat through the land. It is here that the Mongolian horse, small yet mighty, stands as a living testament to a bond forged between man and beast. Every horse carries within it a story, a legend, and an unbreakable connection to the spirit of the nomadic people who ride them. The air is thick with whispers of ancient myths, each tale steeped in the wisdom of the ages, drawing the listener closer to a world where horses are not merely animals, but revered beings woven into the very fabric of existence. In the stories told around flickering fires, the Mongolian horse emerges, as a symbol of resilience and freedom. Its shaggy coat, often kissed by the sun, tells tales of harsh winters and the warm embrace of summer. These horses, tough as the land they roam, are more than riding companions. They are partners in survival, sharing the struggles and triumphs of their riders. As the flickering flames dance, the shadows weave into the silhouettes of riders galloping across the plains, chasing the spirit of the wind itself. Mongolian folklore holds that the horse is a bridge between the physical world and the spiritual realm. One popular tale speaks of the creation of the horse, a gift from the sky gods. Legend has it that the first horse emerged from the earth, a creature born of the mountains and the vastness of the sky. It became a symbol of strength, embodying the very essence of the land it roamed. The Mongolian horse is believed to carry the souls of ancestors, a comforting thought for those who ride into the sunset, knowing they are never truly alone. As the sun sets, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the spirits of the land seem to awaken. The horses snort and stomp, their breath visible in the crisp air. The connection between the horse and rider intensifies, a silent understanding passing between them. Riders share their hopes, fears, and dreams with their steeds, forming a bond so deep that it transcends words. Every gallop across the plains echoes with the heartbeats of generations, where every rider becomes a part of a story much larger than themselves. The symbolism of the Mongolian horse extends beyond the pragmatics of riding. It encompasses the very soul of Mongolia. In the traditional Nadam festival, the horse plays a pivotal role, embodying the nation's spirit of competition and camaraderie. Young jockeys, often no older than 10, race across the steppes, their small frames perched atop the powerful backs of these horses. Each race is not merely a test of speed, but a celebration of the bond between rider and horse, a ritual steeped in tradition and reverence. Among the horsemen, tales of heroism abound. One such tale involves the legendary warrior Genghis Khan, who rode with unmatched prowess, his horse a trusted partner in his quest for unification and conquest. The bond he shared with his horse was not one of mere utility. It was a connection steeped in loyalty and respect. The horse was a symbol of his power, lending speed to his armies and strength to his ambition. To his enemies, the sight of Genghis Khan on horseback was a harbinger of fear and awe, a reminder of the untamed spirit of the Mongolian horse. Yet, the mythology is not without its trials. The stories often speak of the horse as a creature that demands respect. A horse that is mistreated or misunderstood can bring misfortune to its rider, teaching a profound lesson about the importance of harmony between man and beast. The ancient Mongols believed that the spirit of the horse could sense the intentions of its rider. A heart filled with greed or malice would only bring misfortune, while a heart filled with generosity and kindness would be rewarded with loyalty and strength. The Mongolian horse also plays a crucial role in the daily lives of the nomads. Every spring, as the grass begins to bloom, families rely on their horses to round up their herds. It is during these moments that the true essence of the horse shines through, its intelligence, agility, and instinct. The riders work in unison with their horses, a seamless display of trust and understanding. These interactions embody the spirit of cooperation, a reminder that they are stronger together, each one relying on the other to thrive in the harsh realities of their environment. As dusk settles over the steppe, the stories take on a life of their own. Elders share tales of gallant steeds that leaped mountains and swam rivers, their hearts as wild as the landscapes they roamed. Children listen with wide eyes, their imaginations ignited by visions of mythical horses soaring above the clouds. This oral tradition keeps the spirit of the Mongolian horse alive, a living legacy passed from generation to generation. Each tale serves as a thread, stitching the past to the present and reminding the people of their enduring connection to these noble creatures. The horse is not only a companion, it is also a source of identity. In the intricate patterns of traditional Mongolian clothing, symbols that represent the horse speak of bravery, loyalty, and the eternal chase for freedom. This cultural tapestry is a reflection of a people whose lives have been intertwined with the horse for centuries. The very essence of Mongolia is captured in these patterns, an artistic representation of relationships that transcend time. As the midnight sky blankets the earth, with stars twinkling like countless eyes watching over, the horses graze peacefully, embodying a serenity that belies their historical significance. The Mongolian horse is a living embodiment of mythology, a symbol of strength, a companion in both joyous and challenging times, and a guardian of the spirit of the land. Through each gallop across the steppe, they carry with them the weight of history and the dreams of a people whose hearts beat in time with the rhythm of hooves against the earth. In this world, the connection between the Mongolian horse and its rider is unbreakable. Each story, each symbol, every whisper of ancient myths creates a rich tapestry that binds the past to the present, ensuring that the spirit of the horse will always roam free, echoing through the steppes like the wind itself, a harmony of life, legend, and love. In a dimly lit chamber, the flicker of candlelight danced across the walls, casting eerie shadows that whispered of ancient power and glory long past. A rich tapestry hung behind a heavy wooden throne, depicting a man on horseback, fierce and proud. This man was Kublai Khan, a figure whose name echoed across time and space, a conqueror whose life was a tapestry woven with threads of history and mythology. Kublai Khan was born in 1215, a grandson of Genghis Khan, whose spirit still roamed the steppes of Mongolia. From an early age, the boy was enveloped in tales of conquest and destiny, legends that filled him with a burning ambition. His eyes, dark and fierce, mirrored the vast landscapes of the Mongolian plains, where winds howled like ancient spirits. Soon, he would rise to become the Great Khan, commanding an empire that stretched from the icy reaches of Siberia to the bustling markets of Hangzhou. As he ascended to power, Kublai faced enemies on every front. The fierce southern Song dynasty, with its breathtaking cities and wealthy merchants, stood defiantly against him. Yet, his mind was sharp as a razor, and his strategies were as intricate as the silk woven by the artisans of his homeland. Each battle he fought was not merely for land, but for the very soul of a nation. The earth trembled beneath the hooves of his horse as he charged into the fray, a tempest of fury and determination. In those early days, Kublai was not just a warrior, he was also a visionary. His dreams were painted with the colors of prosperity. He envisioned a world where cultures intertwined, where the East met the West in a vibrant tapestry of exchange. The Silk Road, a lifeline of trade, pulsed with life under his reign. Merchants from distant lands brought spices and tales, each story adding layers to his already complex and rich heritage. However, the legend of Kublai Khan transcended mere conquests. It grew legs of its own, fueled by the imagination of poets and storytellers. His court became a sanctuary for thinkers, artists, and scholars, an epicenter of knowledge during a time when the world was often dark and chaotic. Marco Polo, the Venetian explorer, stood before Kublai, wide-eyed and breathless, his stories of distant lands captivating the great Khan. This meeting was not just historical, it was mythical, each word spoken a thread that wove their fates together. In the evenings, Kublai would sit beneath the stars, reminiscing about his ancestors and the weight of legacy resting on his shoulders. The Mongolian skies were vast, filled with constellations that whispered secrets of the past. He saw the face of Genghis Khan in the shimmering stars, guiding him, challenging him to carve his own path while honoring the family that laid the groundwork for his empire. Yet, for every moment of glory, shadows loomed. The political landscape was fraught with betrayal. His own family, once united by blood, was now a theater of ambition and treachery. The whispers of dissent filled the air, echoing off the walls of his palace. Friends became foes, and the trust he extended was often met with hidden daggers. In the quiet of night, Kublai felt the chill of betrayal, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him like a heavy cloak. As he expanded his empire, the Mongolian ethos clashed with the cultures of the lands he conquered. Tradition and modernity danced a delicate tango, each step fraught with tension. Kublai embraced the Chinese culture, donning silk robes instead of furs, attending ceremonies, and adopting the philosophies of Confucianism. His heart yearned for unity, but the voices of his people whispered of maintaining the purity of their Mongolian roots. It was a delicate balance, and Kublai moved through it like a tightrope walker, aware that a single misstep could spell disaster. In the great city of Dadu, now known as Beijing, Kublai built a grand palace, a symbol of his ambition and vision. Every brick laid was a testament to his determination, every hall echoing with laughter and music. But beyond those walls, discontent brewed. The common folk, bearing the weight of heavy taxes and the expectations of a conqueror, grew restless. Kublai, who had once been a beacon of hope, now found himself grappling with the very essence of power, how to rule with compassion while keeping the fierce spirit of the Mongol warrior alive. Legends began to form around him, tales of a ruler who could command the storms, who rode the winds and could speak to the heavens. The stories painted him as a demigod, a man who could bridge the chasm between the mundane and the magical. This mythologization was both a blessing and a curse. While such tales fueled his grandeur, they also placed him on a pedestal far removed from the struggles of his people. Then came the plague, a shadow darker than any betrayal he had faced. The Black Death swept through his lands, claiming lives in its merciless grip. Kublai, once invincible, was confronted with his mortality. He watched as his empire, built on strength and ambition, began to crumble in the face of an unseen enemy. The laughter that once filled his halls was replaced with silence, punctuated only by the soft weeping of those left behind. His heart, once a fortress of resolve, now ached with despair. In the wake of such devastation, whispers of Kublai's downfall spread like wildfire. Was he truly favored by the gods, or had he overstepped his bounds? The myth of the Great Khan began to blur with the reality of a ruler struggling to keep his empire together. The legends that celebrated his victories now began to question his legacy. Would he be remembered as the conqueror who united lands, or the man who faltered under the weight of his ambitions? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the remnants of his empire, Kublai Khan stood at the edge of his palace, his heart heavy with the burdens of his choices. The stars twinkled above, each one a reminder of the stories yet to be told, and the myths yet to be born. In that moment, he realized that the line between history and myth was as thin as a whisper, and in the echoes of time, his legend was still being forged, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The wind whispered through the ancient trees, carrying with it stories of love, loss, and ancient battles. Each rustle of leaves was a page turning, each gust a breath of life that stirred the spirits of those who walked these paths long ago. Across cultures and time, nature has always been a storyteller, weaving together the threads of existence in a tapestry of myth and legend. In the heart of the dense Amazon rainforest, the vibrant colors of the flora danced under the canopies, while the sounds of unseen creatures echoed with timeless rhythms. Indigenous tribes knew well the power of the land. Every mountain, river, and tree was a character in their tales. The jaguar, revered and feared, prowled through the shadows of the thick underbrush. To the tribespeople, it was not merely an animal, but a guardian spirit, its fierce presence embodying the strength of the earth itself. They painted their stories on the walls of caves, each stroke of ochre telling of their deep connection to the wilderness that surrounded them. In the far reaches of the Arctic, the northern lights flickered against a backdrop of endless snow, a spectacular display that ignited the imaginations of the Inuit people. They believed the auroras were the spirits of their ancestors, dancing in the sky, guiding them through the brutal winters. The stories told around the flickering flames of igloos were not just for warmth. They were lifelines, woven with respect for nature's harsh yet beautiful temperament. Each tale was a reminder that survival depended on understanding the land, its rhythms, and its moods, both nurturing and unforgiving. Meanwhile, in the rolling hills of ancient Greece, the gods descended from their high abodes to mingle with mortals in the lush valleys below. The olive trees stood as silent witnesses to the myths spun by bards in town squares, their gnarled branches cradling the secrets of the ages. From the thunder of Zeus to the whispers of Artemis in the forest glades, nature was the backdrop and the stage for every divine drama. The mountains towered like sentinels, their peaks crowned with snow, as if to remind humanity of their own fragility amidst the grandeur of the cosmos. The stories of nature were not always gentle, nor were they uncomplicated. The fierce storms that raged across the plains were a reminder of the gods' tempers. In Norse mythology, Thor wielded his hammer with a vengeance, summoning thunder and lightning that shook the earth. The Vikings, who revered the elements, saw this chaos as a reflection of life itself, wild, unpredictable, and often harsh. The stories told by the flickering flames of their longhouses spoke of great adventures, of battles fought under stormy skies, and of the inevitable clash between humanity and the forces of nature. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues upon the landscape, the stories of old found new life. The first settlers of America told tales of the Great Spirit, who breathed life into the mountains and rivers, shaping the land as a canvas for their existence. They spoke of the changing seasons as a cycle of death and rebirth, each part of the year a chapter in the saga of life. The stories were not just about survival, they were about harmony, weaving humanity into the fabric of the earth. But even among the beauty of nature, darkness lurked. The forest, while a source of inspiration and wonder, could also be a place of fear. Folklore across cultures told of creatures that haunted the woods, like the will-o'-the-wisp that led the unwary astray. The stories served as warnings, teaching respect for the land and its hidden dangers, ensuring that the bond between humanity and nature was one of caution as much as love. In the deserts of the Middle East, the shimmering heat waves mirage-like in the distance, the Bedouins spun tales of the stars that decorated the night sky. Each constellation was a character in their mythology, guiding lost travelers through the endless sand. The stories told of heroes, wise men, and the spirits of the dunes, reminding all who listened that nature was not just a backdrop, but a living entity, breathing alongside them. The rhythms of nature inspired the rhythms of storytelling, mirroring the ebb and flow of life itself. In the lush landscapes of Africa, the griots sang songs that echoed the sounds of the wild. Lion roars, the rustle of grass, the call of the wild. These melodies carried the weight of history, binding communities together through shared experiences and respect for the land that nurtured them. Underneath the vast African sky, the constellations were painted with stories of creation, love, and the eternal struggle between man and nature. Each location, each culture, was a testament to the ways nature shaped humanity's deepest emotions and aspirations. The waves crashing against the cliffs of Ireland bore witness to tales of banshees and selkies, myths that spoke of heartbreak and longing, forever tied to the coastline that both protected and isolated. The cliffs rose majestically, a fortress of stone that cradled stories of shipwrecks and the souls lost to the sea, each wave a reminder of the relentless passage of time. As the sun set over these landscapes, casting shadows that danced like phantoms, the tales of nature lingered in the air. They called to the hearts of those who listened. Nature was not merely a backdrop for storytelling. It was the very essence of the stories themselves. Each tree, each stone, each breeze carried with it a weight of emotion that transcended time. One could almost hear the whispers of ancient storytellers, their words woven into the fabric of the earth, waiting for new ears to listen and new hearts to feel the power of nature's narratives. And as the night deepened, wrapping the world in a cloak of mystery, the tales continued to ripple through the darkness, alive, vibrant, and ever persistent, a force of nature that would not be silenced. The magic of storytelling, intertwined with the majesty of the natural world, held a promise that would echo long into the future, waiting for the next heartbeat to resonate with the earth's eternal song. In the beginning, when the sky was nothing but a vast expanse of emptiness, there was a whisper, a soft, almost imperceptible sound that echoed across the void. This was not just the breath of the universe, but the hushed promise of creation, a promise woven into the very fabric of existence. As the darkness quivered with anticipation, the seven sons of heaven stirred, each a unique spark of divine will, waiting for their moment to shape the world. These sons were not merely figures of myth. They embodied the potent forces that governed life and death, joy and sorrow, light and shadow. Legend tells of Yang, the eldest, who carried the raw power of the sun, his radiant energy capable of igniting life. He was the first light, a glorious burst that shattered the night and lit the way for what was to come. His brothers followed, each gifted with their own essence. Yin, the nurturing spirit of the moon. Ru, the gentle breeze that carried whispers of secrets. Tian, the fierce storm that shaped mountains. Shui, the flowing river that gave life to the land. Huo, the consuming fire that transformed and renewed. And Mu, the fertile earth, rich and ready to embrace all forms of life. As the sons came together, they forged a pact, a silent agreement to create a world that was vibrant and alive. The air crackled with their combined energy, each brother channeling his unique gift into the earth. The sky blazed with colors unseen, hues of gold and crimson swirling as Yang poured forth his light. It was a spectacle, a magnificent dance of creation, as the suns wove their powers together into a tapestry of existence. Yet, amid this beauty, shadows loomed. The brothers knew that creation was not merely about bringing forth life. It was also about the balance of forces, the interplay between the bright and the dark, the known and the unknown, had to be honored. As they worked, they sensed a growing tension beneath the surface. There were whispers of discontent, murmurs that drifted like smoke from the very core of their creation. From the depths of the earth, an ancient voice stirred, a haunting echo of a time before the suns took their first breath. It was the voice of chaos, the force that thrived on discord and destruction. It warned the brothers that their creation would only be temporary, that the world would face trials that would test their bond. Fear gripped their hearts, but the promise of creation surged within them, urging them onward. With newfound urgency, the brothers threw themselves into their work. Yang set the stars ablaze, casting brilliant constellations that would guide future generations. Yin wrapped the world in silvery light, creating the night under which dreams would flourish. Ru, with delicate fingers, brushed the treetops, bringing forth the rustling leaves that would sing secrets to the wind. Tian roared as he summoned thunder, shaking the mountains and carving valleys with his might. Shui swelled into mighty rivers, branching out to nurture every corner of the land. Huo danced fiercely, igniting the forests and cleansing the earth, while Mu enveloped everything in her nurturing embrace, providing a cradle for life to emerge. As the world took shape, a multitude of creatures began to stir. Birds soared into the sky, their songs echoing the joy of their creators. Animals roamed the land, each embodying the spirit of one of the brothers. Yet, with every new life that emerged, the whispers of chaos grew louder. It was as if the very ground trembled beneath their feet, sensing the struggle between creation and destruction. The brothers felt it in their bones, a dark presence lurking, waiting for the moment to strike. One fateful day, while Yang shone bright above, a terrible storm brewed in the distance. Tian unleashed his fury, crackling lightning flashing across the sky. The brothers gathered, hearts pounding, feeling the weight of the world resting upon their shoulders. They knew that their creation was at a tipping point, and the balance they fought so hard to maintain was slipping away. With a monumental effort, they pooled their powers, channeling their energies into a protective barrier to guard their creation. But the chaos was relentless, feeding on the fear and uncertainty that swirled around them. It lashed out, clawing at the edges of their sanctuary, determined to pull their world into the abyss. The brothers fought valiantly, each using their gifts to strengthen the barrier, but the onslaught was overwhelming. As the storm howled and the winds screamed, tears of frustration streamed down their faces. They had to protect their creation. They could not allow it to fall into darkness. They felt the weight of every life, every dream, every heartbeat that pulsed within the world they had created. And in that moment of desperation, Mu, the earth, whispered to them, a call to remember the bond they shared. Together, harnessing the love that had brought them together, they unleashed a final surge of power. Yang shone with blinding brilliance. Yin wrapped the world in soothing light, and together they forged a shield of unity that pulsed with life itself. The storm roared, but their resolve was stronger. Light met darkness in a cataclysmic clash, the very essence of existence hanging in the balance. As the dust settled, the world stood still, a fragile silence enveloping the land. The brothers, weary yet triumphant, gazed upon their creation. They had faced the chaos, and though victory felt bittersweet, they understood that their battle was not over. The cycle of creation and destruction would continue, a dance that would shape the future. And as they looked upon the vibrant tapestry of life, they knew they had forged something precious, something that would inspire stories and legends for generations to come. Yet lurking in the shadows, the voice of chaos did not wane. It lingered, a reminder that the balance of existence was a fragile thing, teetering on the edge of an eternal struggle. The brothers felt the weight of this truth settle upon their shoulders, a weight that would follow them through the ages. And as they turned to each other, a silent understanding passed between them. Their journey was far from over, and the world they had created held mysteries yet to be revealed. The stars twinkled above, each one a testament to their legacy, but the echoes of creation whispered still, urging them toward what lay ahead, weaving their fates into the very fabric of time. A chill hung in the air, whispering secrets of times long past. The sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows that danced between the ancient rocks. Standing tall in Mongolia's endless steppe, the deer stones loomed, silent sentinels of forgotten stories etched in stone. Each carving, each weathered surface, told of a world that thrived thousands of years ago, where humans and nature were intertwined in a delicate balance. The deer stones, with their elegant forms, tall, narrow, and adorned with mysterious engravings, stand out like forgotten memories, begging to be remembered. They are not mere monuments. They are a tapestry of ancient culture, linking a people to their ancestors and the spirits of the land. Rising majestically from the grass, they beckon all who pass by, their presence igniting curiosity and awe. As the light faded, the air thickened with emotion. What stories lay hidden beneath their surfaces? What lives had they witnessed? The engraved deer, with their spiraled antlers and wild eyes, seemed alive in the twilight, as if they were guardians of the stories etched into their stone bodies. Each deer represented not just a creature of the wild, but a symbol of life, strength, and the enduring spirit of the human heart. Historians believe these stones date back to the late Bronze Age, around 1000 BC. They were crafted during a time when nomadic tribes roamed these vast plains, hunting, gathering, and creating a rich tapestry of beliefs and customs. Each stone represents a clan, a family, or an individual, a way for the living to connect with those who had passed on. The intricate carvings were not just art. They were a language, a way to communicate with the spirits of ancestors and the gods who watched over them. In the fading light, the wind whispered stories of ritual and reverence. Tribes would gather around these stones, offering prayers and sacrifices, seeking guidance from the spirits of the deer that danced in the carvings. There was power in these rituals, a deep-seated belief that honoring the past would ensure the future. The engraved deer were more than mere symbols. They were a bridge between worlds, a connection to the eternal cycle of life and death. One evening, as the stars blanketed the sky, a lone traveler approached the stones. His heart raced, filled with a mixture of trepidation and wonder. He had heard tales of the deer stones from the elders of his village, stories that echoed through generations. They spoke of visions seen in the moonlight, of whispers carried by the winds, and of the powerful energy that pulsated from the stones. He sought answers to questions that lingered in his soul, questions of identity and belonging. As he stood before the towering stone, he felt a strange pull, an invisible thread binding him to the ancient monument. The air crackled with electricity, and he could almost hear the thrum of history vibrating through the rock. Closing his eyes, he reached out a trembling hand, fingertips brushing against the cool surface. A rush of emotions surged within him: joy, sorrow, and an overwhelming sense of connection. He felt the weight of countless lives behind him, the struggles and triumphs of his ancestors seeping into his very being. In that moment, a vision unfolded before him. He saw the ancient tribes in all their glory, dancing around the deer stones, their laughter ringing out like music. He felt the heat of their fires, the warmth of their camaraderie, and the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet. The deer they had honored leaped through the night, their forms shimmering with ethereal light, embodying the spirit of the wild. They were not just animals, but messengers of hope, guiding the tribes through adversity, reminding them of their place in the world. As dawn approached, a cold mist rose from the ground, swirling around the stones like a shroud. The traveler opened his eyes, heart racing with the intensity of what he had witnessed. But the vision was fleeting, slipping away like grains of sand through his fingers. He knew he had touched something profound, something sacred. The deer stones held the collective memory of a people whose stories demanded to be shared, reminding him that he was part of a lineage, a thread in the fabric of time. Yet, as the sun rose, illuminating the stones in a warm glow, doubt crept in. What if he was the last to hear these stories? What if the whispers of the past faded into oblivion? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He understood now that these stones were not only monuments, but vessels of memory, begging for preservation. The legacy of the deer stones was at stake, and he felt an urgent need to protect their stories. In the distance, a gathering crowd began to form, drawn by the call of the stones. Families arrived, children at their sides, curious eyes wide with wonder. They too felt the pull of the deer stones, sensing the magic that lingered in the air. The traveler's heart swelled with hope. Perhaps he was not alone. Perhaps the legacy of the deer would continue through generations. Together, they could honor the past and ensure that the stories of their ancestors would never be forgotten. With the sun rising higher, casting beams of light over the stones, the traveler stepped forward, ready to share what he had experienced. As he spoke of the visions, the laughter, and the connection to the earth, silence enveloped the crowd. They listened intently, each word resonating within them, igniting a spark of emotion. The deer stones were alive again, breathing life into a community, awakening the spirit of their ancestors. But as they gathered closer, the sky darkened ominously. Clouds rolled in, heavy with the promise of a storm. The wind picked up, howling through the stones, and a sense of urgency filled the air. It felt as if the spirits themselves were stirring, reminding them of the fragility of their connection to the past. They needed to act quickly, to honor the legacy that was theirs to carry forward. And so, as the first drops of rain began to fall, mingling with the tears of joy and remembrance, the crowd united around the deer stones. Their voices rose, a symphony of hope and gratitude echoing against the ancient rock. Together, they vowed to protect the stories of their ancestors, to ensure that the deer stones would stand for eternity, their legends never to be forgotten. The storm raged overhead, but in that moment, they felt invincible, woven together by the power of their shared history. The air crackled with energy, as if the very essence of the deer stones had awakened, ready to share their stories with the world once more. And in that promise, The traveler knew that the legend of the Deerstone would live on, transforming from mere stone carvings into an eternal narrative that transcended time itself. In the vast windswept expanse of the Mongolian steppes, where the sky kisses the earth and the echoes of ancient warriors still resonate, tales of myth and legend wrap themselves around the very fabric of the land. It is a place where history and mythology entwine, creating stories rich with emotion, struggle, and honor that cling to the air like the crisp scent of the wild grass. Beneath the surface of this rugged terrain lies a narrative woven from the threads of gods and spirits, where every mountain and river tells of a time when the divine walked amongst mortals. As the sun begins to set, casting a golden hue over the rolling hills, the haunting melodies of the Morin Kur rise and float through the air. Each note carries with it a whisper of the past, a reminder of the age when Genghis Khan, the great unifier, was said to be favored by the eternal blue sky. He was not merely a man. He was a legend, a reflection of Mongolia's fierce spirit, believed to be chosen by the heavens to forge an empire that would stretch from the steppes to the seas. The tales of his life are filled with moments that seem to pulse with the very heart of creation. In the icy grip of winter, when the world lay still beneath a blanket of snow, the fire flickered in the yurt, casting shadows that danced like spirits. Elders gathered to recount the epics, their voices trembling with passion as they spoke of the sacred bond between the land and its people. These stories were not just history, they were a lifeblood, flowing through the veins of every listener, reaching back through generations. The mythological interpretation of Mongolia's past was as vital as the air they breathed, giving meaning to their existence and shaping their identities. The spirit of the wolf, revered for its strength and cunning, roamed free in the collective imagination of the Mongolian people. It wasn't just an animal, it was a symbol of resilience and survival. Stories tell of how the wolf guided Genghis Khan in times of peril, teaching him the ways of the wild and the importance of unity. To this day, the howl of the wolf echoes across the steppes, a reminder that the ancient guardians of the land still watch over their descendants. As the moon rises high, casting a silvery glow over the vast plains, the tales take a darker turn. The legends of the 9 white banners, symbolic of loyalty and courage, speak not only of battle, but of sacrifice. Every warrior who fell in defense of their people became part of a greater narrative, their spirits soaring to the heavens, joining the celestial warriors in an eternal struggle. It was said that their bravery would never be forgotten, their names whispered in prayers that danced on the lips of the living. The past was not just a record of events. It was a tapestry of emotions woven from the pain of loss and the joy of victory, a constant reminder of the price of freedom. The landscape itself seemed to pulse with the energy of these stories, the mountains standing tall as silent witnesses to the unfolding drama of human existence. Each valley cradled the dreams and aspirations of those who sought to carve their names into the annals of history. In every gust of wind, one could hear the echo of galloping horses, the clash of swords, and the resounding cries of victory. The past was alive, a living entity that breathed alongside the people, shaping their destinies with every passing moment. Legends spoke of the river Onon, where the spirit of Genghis Khan was said to have emerged from the mists of time. It was here that he found his strength, his purpose, and the spirit of the land itself. The waters, sparkling under the sun, shimmered with the energy of centuries past. It was believed that those who drank from its depths would gain wisdom and courage, connecting them to the very essence of their ancestors. The river was more than a body of water. It was a conduit through which the past whispered, urging the people to remember, to honor, and to fight for their place in the world. As the night deepened, the stories began to blur the lines between reality and fantasy. The shaman, adorned with the skins of sacred animals, called upon the spirits for guidance. The flickering flames cast a mystical glow, and the air grew thick with anticipation. Each chant resonated with the history of a people who had always believed in the power of their connection to the divine. The spirits of the earth, the sky, and the ancestors seemed to join the circle, their presence felt in every heartbeat. It was a moment suspended in time, where myth and history intertwined, creating a tapestry rich with emotion and depth. In the light of dawn, as the first rays of the sun broke over the horizon, the stories remained etched in the hearts of those gathered. They were not just hearers of tales, but guardians of a legacy that demanded to be remembered. Through the dance of fire and the whispers of the wind, the mythological interpretation of Mongolia's history became a call to arms, a reminder that the spirit of the past continues to fuel the aspirations of the present. Each myth breathed life into the mundane, imbuing it with purpose and passion. As the day unfolded, the echoes of the past lingered, intertwining with the present, creating an unbreakable bond that would carry forward. The land, soaked in stories of victory, loss, and rebirth, waited patiently for the new legends to emerge, ready to be woven into the fabric of its history. The people, forever changed by the tales they carried, knew that they were more than just individuals. They were part of something much greater, a saga that spanned time and space, reaching toward the stars. And as the cycle of day turned to night once more, they listened with rapt attention, hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the stories that had shaped them. The past was alive, vibrant, and unyielding, a relentless force that promised to guide them into the future, reminding them that every breath they took was a continuation of a narrative that had begun long before their time. The wind howled through the steppes of Mongolia, a haunting sound that echoed the ancient stories whispered by the elders around campfires. Each gust carried with it the essence of a land rich in legends, where the sun sets in a blaze of orange, casting long shadows over the earth, shadows that danced like spirits, reminiscent of the souls believed to roam these vast plains. Here, in this rugged expanse, the tales of gods and heroes intertwine, not just within Mongolia, but stretching across borders to neighboring cultures, revealing a shared tapestry of myth and belief that binds people together, both ancient and modern. Mongolia's mythology is steeped in the reverence for nature, a connection so profound that it breathes life into every mountain and river. The eternal blue sky, or Kanu, is not just a backdrop. It is a living entity, a deity that watches over the people. This reverence finds echoes in the mythologies of the Turkic peoples to the west, who also worshipped the sky and associated it with their own deities, such as Tengri. In both cultures, Tengri represents a supreme god, a force of creation, guiding the fates of men and guiding the winds of destiny. The importance of the sky in their myths reveals a shared understanding of the cosmos, a universal bond forged by the elements above. As the narratives unfold, the epic tales of heroes emerge, notably the heroic figure of Genghis Khan. His life is steeped in myth, painted as a near-mythical character born from the very spirit of the steppe. Mongolian legends speak of him being born clutching a blood clot in his fist, a symbol of his destiny to conquer. Yet, not far from this legend lies the Persian epic of Rostam, a hero faced with trials that test his strength and wisdom. Both Genghis Khan and Rostam embody the ideals of bravery and sacrifice, shaping the myths of their lands while simultaneously offering glimpses into the human struggle against fate and adversity. Tales of valor resonate across cultures, showing how heroes can emerge from the dust of their homeland and carve their names into the fabric of history. The stories don't stop there. The rich tapestry of Mongolian mythology is interwoven with the legends of the Chinese, who have long been neighbors to the north. The Chinese pantheon features deities like the Dragon King, a figure that commands the waters and embodies the power of nature. In Mongolia, dragons symbolize strength, but are often tied to the earth rather than the sky, viewed as protectors of treasures buried beneath the ground. This difference in perspective reveals how two cultures can share similar mythical creatures, yet assign them distinct roles and meanings. The fire-breathing dragon of China and the earthbound guardian of Mongolia serve as reflections of their respective worlds, one soaring high above, while the other remains rooted in the soil. The shamanistic practices of the Mongols also echo in the beliefs of Siberian tribes to the north. The shamans, those mystical intermediaries between the seen and unseen, are revered in both cultures. In Mongolia, they call upon the spirits of ancestors and nature, invoking them to heal the sick or guide the lost. Likewise, Siberian shamans have been known to summon spirits and traverse between worlds, wielding their powers in rituals that resonate with the heartbeat of the earth. The very act of calling upon the spirits unites these cultures, bridging the gap between myth and reality, showing an understanding of the unseen forces that govern life. However, it is not merely the heroes and gods that bind these mythologies. The stories of creation themselves hold a significant place. In Mongolian lore, the universe is born from chaos, with the cosmic eagle, a symbol of strength and nobility, soaring to create order. This narrative finds a parallel in the creation myths of the Koreans, where the world is shaped from a cosmic egg, and a divine being emerges to form humanity. Both mythologies reflect a deep-seated belief in the transformative power of chaos, a dance of creation that resonates across cultures, reminding all of humanity's shared origins. As the evening sun dips below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the landscape, the spirits of the steppe seem to whisper ancient secrets. The Mongolian tales of the 9 white banners, symbols of the tribes, reflect a similar reverence for ancestry found in the legends of the neighboring Huns, who also spoke of their lineage and the mythical beasts that adorned their standards. The pride of ancestry serves as a reminder of where one comes from and the responsibilities that follow. This connection to lineage, to the very roots of existence, shapes cultural identities that resonate deeply within the hearts of many. But the most chilling aspect of these comparisons comes not from the tales of heroes or gods, but from the undercurrents of how myths can reflect the struggles of the human condition. In both Mongolia and its neighboring cultures, the themes of loss, longing, and the quest for meaning emerge starkly. The legend of the white stag, a creature that promises prosperity but is elusive and often pursued in vain, mirrors the myth of the Xilin in Chinese folklore, a herald of good fortune, yet just out of reach. These stories cut through the fabric of existence, echoing the universal human experiences of hope and despair. with the moon rising high above the steppe, illuminating the vastness with its silvery glow. The lines between the cultures blur, revealing a shared landscape of myth and meaning. The spirits of Mongolia, China, and beyond come together in a cosmic dance, telling tales that transcend boundaries, uniting people through their collective yearning for understanding. History flows like a river, carving through the valleys of time, connecting souls who may never have met, but who share in the legacy of their myths. The stories thrum with life, a heartbeat echoing across the ages, reminding all who listen that they are part of something far greater than themselves, a tapestry woven from the threads of hope, despair, and the relentless pursuit of truth. Flames danced in a wild ballet, flickering shadows against the time-worn walls of ancient temples. The crackling warmth held a magnetic pull, drawing in villagers who whispered tales of gods and spirits. In that moment, fire was not just a flickering light. It was a bridge to the divine, a thread that bound the past to the present. The very air pulsed with stories waiting to be told, each ember a symbol of life, transformation, and the power to consume. In cultures around the world, fire has held profound meaning. Ancient Greeks saw it as a gift from the gods, a precious element that ignited the spark of civilization. Prometheus, the cunning Titan, defied Zeus and brought fire to humanity, a rebellion that would echo through the ages. But in that gift lay a curse, too. Fire was a double-edged sword, capable of warmth and destruction, creation and chaos. As villagers gathered around their fires, the flickering light cast long shadows, hinting at the mysteries that rested just beyond the flames. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, indigenous tribes celebrated the fire festival. A vibrant explosion of colors and sounds. They danced around roaring bonfires, embodying their ancestors who once walked the earth. For these tribes, fire was a spirit of renewal. Each year, as the flames soared, they cast away the old to welcome the new. It was a time not just for celebration, but for connection, weaving together stories of ancestors, nature, and the cosmos. Each spark that flew into the night sky carried a prayer, a wish, or a memory, mingling with the stars and the infinite. But fire has often been a symbol of destruction as well. The Great Fire of London in 1666 consumed over 13,000 homes, turning the city into a smoldering wasteland. Yet, from the ashes arose a new city, rebuilt with stronger foundations and daring designs. The flames that had razed the old world made way for innovation and progress. In this paradox, fire revealed its true nature, an agent of change that compelled humanity to rise from its own ruins. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the ritual of fire took on a deeper meaning. In the quiet of the night, shamans lit sacred fires, invoking the spirits to guide and protect. They poured offerings into the flames, honey, herbs, and flowers, believing that the smoke carried their intentions to the heavens. In these moments, the air was thick with anticipation, every crackle echoing the heartbeat of the earth. Fire was the sacred link, a language spoken only in flickers and sparks, understood by those who dared to listen. Across the globe, fire rituals mirrored each other in surprising ways. In ancient India, the festival of Diwali celebrated the victory of light over darkness. Houses were adorned with clay lamps, each light a symbol of hope and prosperity. As families gathered around their own fires, they shared stories passed down through generations, each word a stepping stone on the path of their lineage. The flames flickered in agreement, illuminating the faces of loved ones and evoking a warmth that transcended the physical. In Northern Europe, The winter solstice was marked by huge bonfires, a celebration of the returning sun. Communities came together, feeding the fire with logs and laughter, their spirits intertwined with the smoke that curled up to the stars. The flames chased away the cold, igniting a sense of unity that could melt even the hardest of hearts. The ritual was not merely about warmth, it was a bold defiance against the darkness, a promise that light would return. History is thick with tales where fire became the defining moment for civilizations. Pompeii, buried under volcanic ash, told stories of lives abruptly halted. The fiery eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD preserved a snapshot of life, frozen in time. The heat that destroyed also revealed a truth. It captured the essence of humanity, from the simple joys of daily life to the stark finality of existence. Each charred remnant, a testament to the fragility of life, a reminder that from destruction, beauty might yet arise. As night deepened, the flames from the altar flickered, illuminating the faces of those gathered in reverence. The air was thick with incense, and the warmth of the fire wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. They recited ancient incantations, calling upon the spirits of their ancestors, inviting guidance and wisdom into their lives. In that sacred space, fire was more than an element. It was a living entity, a protector, a destroyer, and a creator all at once. In the silence that followed, the fire seemed to speak back, its embers whispering secrets to the night. They could feel it, a pulse, a rhythm echoing the heartbeat of the universe. Every flicker became a reminder that every ending holds the promise of a new beginning. And just as the fire consumed the wood, it also gave warmth, illuminating paths yet to be traveled. Through the ages, fire has been both a muse and a villain, a central figure in the human experience. From the warmth of a fireplace shared with loved ones, to the raging infernos that bring cities to their knees, the duality of fire continues to captivate. It ignites passion, fuels ambition, and at times, it serves as a harsh reminder of nature's might. The stories it tells are woven into the very fabric of existence, each flame a flicker of memory in the grand tapestry of life. As the fire crackled and popped, shadows danced like lost souls, weaving tales of love, loss, and rebirth. The warmth wrapped around them, inviting them to share their stories, to let their hopes and dreams leap into the air with the flames. The flickering light cast an enchanting spell, creating a circle of trust and vulnerability. In the glow of the fire, hearts opened, memories flowed, and the night began to breathe with life, as history and future intertwined in a delicate embrace. And so, the flame persisted, a relentless force of nature, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, as ancient as time itself and as fresh as the morning sun. Each spark was a promise, each flicker a reminder that fire was not just a symbol, but a living force that transcended the boundaries of time and space, continuing the dance of myths and rituals, endlessly binding humanity to its own history. A single flame flickered in the darkness, casting long shadows on the ancient stone walls of a dimly lit cave. Outside, the world lay shrouded in mystery, a place where heroes were born and legends whispered through the wind. It was in this flickering light that stories of courage, sacrifice, and transformation began to take shape. Echoes of the past that resonate with the hearts of those who dare to dream. From the earliest days of humankind, tales of heroes have emerged from the depths of our collective consciousness. Consider Gilgamesh, the mighty king who roamed the plains of ancient Mesopotamia. He was not merely a figure of strength, but a man plagued by the fear of death. His journey began with a relentless quest for immortality, a pursuit that led him to confront gods and monsters, revealing the profound truth that even the mightiest must face their mortality. The echoes of his struggles reverberate through history, reminding us that true heroism lies not in invincibility, but in the courage to confront one's own limitations. Fast forward to the lands of Greece, where Odysseus sailed across treacherous seas, battling cyclopes and sirens that threatened to derail his return home. His story encapsulates the theme of the long, arduous journey filled with trials and tribulations. Every storm he faced and every monster he vanquished was but a reflection of the inner battles we all encounter. The longing for home, the desire to return to loved ones, mirrors the universal quest for belonging, a thread that binds us all across time and space. As whispers of heroism flowed through the ages, they reached the shores of Asia, where the tale of the Buddha emerged. Siddhartha's path was not one of swords and shields, but of enlightenment and compassion. He left behind the comforts of wealth to seek the truth of suffering. In this journey, he transformed from a prince into a symbol of inner peace. His quest taught that heroism can also be found in the quiet moments of self-discovery, in the stillness where one learns to balance the chaos of life with a deep understanding of the human experience. Across the Atlantic, in the lands of the indigenous peoples, stories of great warriors and wise leaders paint a different picture. The hero's journey here often intertwines with nature, reflecting a deep respect for the earth and its gifts. Legends of figures like Hiawatha reveal the importance of unity and community. In these narratives, the hero does not merely conquer, but also nurtures, finding strength in collaboration and kinship. In this way, the hero's journey becomes a celebration of collective resilience, a reminder that together we can weather any storm. In contrast, the tales of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table present a chivalric code that defines heroism through honor and loyalty. Their quests for the Holy Grail symbolize a search for divine truth, merging the sacred with the mortal. These heroes faced challenges that required not just physical strength, but also moral integrity, portraying the timeless struggle between right and wrong. The themes of betrayal, loyalty, and the quest for justice underscore the complexity of human relationships, revealing that the true battle often lies within. From the dusty pages of history, the figure of Joan of Arc emerges, an ordinary girl transformed into a national hero. Clad in armor, she led armies into battle, fueled by visions she believed were sent from God. Her journey was marked by fervent faith and unwavering conviction, yet it also highlights the tragic consequences of defying the odds, her ultimate sacrifice becoming a powerful testament to the cost of true courage. Joan's story transcends time, echoing the struggles of those who dare to stand up for their beliefs, even in the face of insurmountable odds. Meanwhile, across the seas in the realms of literature, characters like Frodo Baggins in The Lord of the Rings depict the hero not as a warrior, but as an everyman, a small, unassuming hobbit tasked with carrying an immense burden, the One Ring. His journey through the dark lands of Mordor reflects the internal battles of fear, despair, and hope. In the end, it is not strength, but the power of friendship and perseverance that leads him to victory. This portrayal invites every reader to see themselves in Frodo, reminding us that heroism often lies in the smallest acts of bravery. In modern storytelling, the archetype of the hero continues to evolve. The tales of superheroes, adorned in capes and masks, resonate deeply with contemporary society. Characters like Superman and Wonder Woman stand as symbols of hope, embodying the idea that anyone can be a hero, regardless of their origins. Yet, even in their superhuman exploits, the common themes of sacrifice, loss, and the fight for justice remain ever present, an acknowledgement that heroism is not devoid of vulnerability. As the flames flicker and the shadows dance, the stories of heroes from every corner of the world weave a rich tapestry, each thread a unique experience colored by culture and time. They remind us that the journey of a hero is not just about the battles fought or the victories claimed, but about the profound transformations that occur along the way. The themes of self-discovery, sacrifice, and the quest for truth resonate with everyone, blurring the lines between the mythical and the mundane. In every tale, the hero finds allies, companions who stand by their side, reflecting the importance of community. These relationships often serve as catalysts for growth, pushing the hero to confront their fears and embrace their destiny. Whether through the loyal friends of Sherlock Holmes or the band of rebels in The Hunger Games, the shared struggles illuminate the beauty of camaraderie in the face of adversity. The journey is never linear. It twists and turns, laden with moments of doubt and revelation. The hero stumbles, falls, and rises again, embodying the resilience that lies within us all. Each step taken is a reminder that the path to greatness is paved with hardship, and each challenge faced molds the hero into a symbol of hope for others. The stories march on, echoing through the ages, a never-ending cycle of inspiration that ignites a spark within the heart of every listener. In the whispering winds of the vast Mongolian steppes, ancient tales still echo, weaving their magic through the fabric of modern literature. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, one can almost hear the thundering hooves of the mythical creatures that once roamed these sacred grounds. It is within this rich tapestry of history that Mongolian mythology finds its pulse, an unyielding beat that resonates in books penned by contemporary authors. Take a moment to picture a young writer, hunched over a desk cluttered with crumpled pages and ink stains. Her eyes glimmer with a mix of frustration and inspiration, searching for the voice that will bring her characters to life. Flickers of an ancient story dance in her mind, tales of the eternal blue sky, and the legendary hero, Genghis Khan, whose life was a blend of myth and reality. These stories are not mere fantasies. They are the lifeblood of a culture that has withstood the test of time. Mongolian mythology, with its vibrant characters and profound themes, offers a wellspring of creativity that modern writers often draw upon. The stories of the sky gods and earth spirits pulse through the veins of literature, infusing narratives with depth and wonder. One can easily find echoes of these ancient tales in the pages of fantasy novels and even contemporary dramas, where the struggle between good and evil often reflects the cosmic battles depicted in myth. Consider the haunting figure of Erket, the goddess of the sky, whose presence is felt in the changing seasons. She is both a protector and a harbinger, embodying the dual nature of life and death. Authors today find inspiration in her complexity, weaving her essence into their characters, who face moral dilemmas, much like the ancient heroes of Mongolia. Readers feel the weight of such struggles, their hearts racing as they turn the page, desperate to know how the characters will resolve their conflicts. As the world grows ever more connected, the threads of Mongolian mythology reach beyond borders. Writers from distant lands integrate these age-old legends into their works, breathing fresh life into them while retaining their fiery spirit. A tale of love and loss, set against the backdrop of the steppes, may intertwine with the story of Kukuchin, the beautiful daughter of the sky, whose fate is sealed by the whims of both mortals and deities. Such narratives resonate universally, captivating audiences with their ability to touch on shared emotions, regardless of geography. Yet, it is not just the grand narratives that hold sway over modern literature. The subtleties of Mongolian folklore, the fables shared around fires at night, shape the narratives of countless contemporary stories. Writers craft their plots with the same care that a nomadic herder tends to his flock, ensuring that each character and event holds meaning. The wisdom found in these folklore tales, often rich with moral lessons, seeps into the pages of books, guiding characters on their quests, reminding readers that every action carries weight. The fierce bond between nature and humanity, a recurrent theme in Mongolian mythology, can be found in the works of many modern authors. The reverence for the earth, the sky, and all living creatures is not just a relic of the past. It informs the ethics and philosophies of today's literature. The environmental crises facing the world today find their reflections in these tales, urging readers to reconnect with the ancestral respect for the natural world. Characters who battle against the degradation of their environment echo the timeless struggles of ancient warriors, their stories woven with threads of hope and resilience. Amidst this rich historical backdrop, the stories of modern Mongolian authors emerge, their voices echoing like thunder across the plains. Writers such as Galsan Chinag embrace their heritage, crafting narratives that honor the spirits of their ancestors while addressing contemporary issues. Their works shimmer with the essence of Mongolia, blending the old with the new, creating a literary space where readers can feel the pulse of both the past and present. In these stories, the myths take on new forms, transformed by the lens of today's complexities. Heroes are born not only from valor, but also from vulnerability, their journeys marked by the scars of their struggles. The celestial beings of yore may now guide characters through the trials of modern life, reminding us that, even in our darkest hours, there is hope and light to be found. The same winds that once carried the whispers of ancient legends now ripple through the pages of novels, urging characters and readers toward their destinies. The stark imagery of the Mongolian landscape, its endless horizons and rugged mountains, serves as a backdrop for countless tales, grounding the wild flights of imagination in a reality that is as breathtaking as it is unforgiving. The nomadic way of life, with its deep connections to the land and the sky, shapes the narratives that emerge, adding layers of meaning and richness to modern literature. Each story becomes a homage to the past, a bridge between generations, as it taps into the collective memory of a people. As night deepens and the stars begin to twinkle like lanterns in the vast expanse above, the stories continue to flow. They weave through the thoughts of writers and readers alike, their roots buried deep in the soil of an ancient civilization. The influence of Mongolian mythology on modern literature is not merely an echo of the past, but a living, breathing force that continues to shape the narratives of today. With each turn of the page, the connection grows stronger, pulling readers deeper into a world where myths and modernity dance together in a beautiful, unbreakable bond. With this, the horizon beckons, alive with the promise of new tales yet to be told, waiting for the hand eager to write, the heart poised to feel. the threads of mythology continue to entwine around the stories of the present, ensuring that the essence of Mongolia, its legends, its spirits, its struggles, lives on, vibrantly alive in the hearts and minds of those who dare to dream. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over stone temples and sacred groves, each whispering tales of the forgotten and the divine. Across the world, there stood places that beckoned the curious, each a silent witness to centuries of faith, rituals, and untold stories. These are the sacred sites where the earthly and the ethereal intertwine, where every stone seems to pulse with an energy that transcends time. On the windswept plains of Mongolia, the ancient site of Karakorum stands like a sentinel, guarding the remnants of an empire that stretched across continents. Once the bustling capital of Genghis Khan's Mongol Empire, it now lies still, its ruins a canvas of faded glory. The air carries a tang of history, the kind that sends shivers down the spine. Legends speak of the eternal blue sky, the sacredness of every mountain, and the spirits of ancestors who roam these plains. Visitors often claim to hear whispers in the wind, tales of battles fought, and the unity of tribes that forged a nation. Across the sea, nestled among the lush hills of Ireland, the hill of Tara rises majestically, a place steeped in myth and kingship. Once the ancient seat of the High Kings of Ireland, Tara is not just a geographic location, it is a heartbeat of the land's soul. The echoes of ancient ceremonies still linger in the air, where druids once performed rituals under the watchful gaze of the stars. Every stone, every mound, tells a story of power, love, and betrayal, weaving a tapestry of emotions that captivates all who tread upon its sacred earth. The grave of Queen Medb, the whispers of the bile, the sacred tree, all wrapped in an aura of reverence and mystery. As the sun sets, the ethereal glow of the pyramids of Giza emerges, their colossal forms casting long shadows across the desert sands. These monumental structures have stood for over 4 millennia, guarding the secrets of the pharaohs. The Great Pyramid, built as a tomb for Pharaoh Khufu, is a wonder of engineering, but it is the tales of the afterlife and divine connection that stir the heart. The ancient Egyptians believed that the soul embarked on a perilous journey after death, and these pyramids were gateways to the stars. Underneath the vast Egyptian sky, the stories of gods and goddesses echo, intertwining with the very fabric of existence. Traveling east, the vibrant colors of Varanasi come alive on the banks of the Ganges River, where the sacred waters wash over souls in search of liberation. Here, the cycle of life and death dances on the currents of the river, a place where the living and the dead coexist in a delicate balance. Temples dot the landscape, each one a sanctuary filled with the scent of incense and the sound of chanting. The flames of the cremation ghats flicker in the twilight, a poignant reminder of mortality, yet also a celebration of rebirth. Stories of the revered goddess Ganga, who descended from the heavens to cleanse the earth, resonate deeply as pilgrims and seekers gather, driven by faith and hope. In the distant Americas, the ancient ruins of Machu Picchu rise dramatically against a backdrop of mist-covered peaks, a testament to the ingenuity of the Inca civilization. Hidden from the world for centuries, this sacred site is often called the Lost City, a name that stirs a sense of yearning and adventure. The Inca believed these mountains housed their gods, and the sun's rays kissed the stone structures at dawn, illuminating their sacred connection to the celestial. Each stone is meticulously placed, each pathway a journey into the heart of a culture that revered nature and the cosmos. The whispers of old can still be felt, where the earth meets the sky, a place of contemplation and spiritual awakening. In the depths of the Amazon rainforest, the sacred site of Machu Picchu pulses with a more primal energy. Here, the tribes of the rainforest honor the spirits of the land, each tree a living testament to the wisdom of the ancients. The rituals performed under the dense canopy are filled with the sounds of drums and chants, igniting a fire in the soul. The stories of the forest, woven with the lives of the jaguars and the whispers of the wind, seep into the hearts of those who dare to listen. The river, a lifeline, flows with the essence of the universe, reminding all who visit that they are part of a greater tapestry, bound by the rhythms of life. Across the ocean, the haunting beauty of Stonehenge evokes awe and trepidation. This prehistoric monument, shrouded in mystery, stands as a testament to the enduring connection between humanity and the cosmos. The stones, some weighing several tons, were carefully arranged in alignment with celestial events, marking the passage of time and the changing seasons. The Druids once gathered here, their rituals echoing through the ages as the sun rose over the stones on the solstices. A chill runs through visitors as they step into this space, where the past intermingles with the present, and questions linger in the air. Who built this, and why? And then, there's the mystical island of Kyoto, where ancient temples stand in harmony with nature, each a sanctuary for the spirit. Kinkakuji, the golden pavilion, reflects on the still waters of its serene pond, shimmering like a dream. The stories of Zen masters who walked these paths still resonate, filling the air with an aura of tranquility and enlightenment. Cherry blossoms bloom in spring, creating a fleeting beauty that captures the essence of impermanence, a core belief in Japanese culture. Each petal that falls carries the weight of history, a reminder to cherish every moment. As the night envelops these sacred sites, an unbreakable connection emerges, a thread that ties together the spirits of the past and the hearts of the present. Each site is a chapter in the grand narrative of humanity, filled with emotions that surge and swell like the tides. The stories continue to unfold, echoing in the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves, beckoning the curious, the seekers, and the dreamers. History breathes, alive with possibility, inviting all to bear witness to the sacred dance of existence that knows no end. In the flickering light of a solitary fire, a shaman sits cross-legged on the ground, his weathered face illuminated by the flames dancing in the night. The air shimmers with an otherworldly energy, thick with the scent of sage and the whispers of ancestors. Around him, the tribe waits, an anxious silence hanging in the air, each heart beating in rhythm with the crackling fire. They know that tonight could be transformative, a bridge between their world and one unseen. Dreams and visions hold a power in shamanism that is both revered and feared. They are believed to be messages from the spirit world, tangled messages wrapped in riddles and metaphors, guiding individuals toward healing, knowledge, and insight. The shaman's role is not merely to interpret these dreams, but to become the vessel through which these spiritual messages flow. Each night, with the stars twinkling above like scattered diamonds, he sinks into a trance, a thin veil separating him from the extraordinary. The tales of the ancients whisper through the trees, echoing the belief that dreams can be prophetic. In many indigenous cultures, it was said that the spirit world communicates through these nocturnal visions, often presenting symbols that reveal the past, illuminate the present, or foretell the future. The shaman, holder of this sacred knowledge, becomes an intermediary, a guide for those lost in the shadows of life's uncertainty. One young woman named Isla, consumed by grief since her mother's passing, seeks the shaman's help. Each night she tosses and turns, haunted by dreams of her mother's laughter intermingled with cries of sorrow. The shaman takes her hand, looking deeply into her eyes, and with a voice as soft as a breeze, he encourages her to share her dreams. The memories tumble forth, raw and unfiltered, each dream a thread woven into the tapestry of her love and loss. As he listens, the shaman closes his eyes and allows the visions to swirl around him. He sees glimpses of Aila's mother, not as a ghost but as a radiant being, emerging from the veil between the worlds. The spirit reaches out, offering comfort and solace, revealing that love never truly dies. The fire crackles louder, and Isla feels a warmth envelope her, a sense of peace that begins to dissolve the shadows of despair. From ancient Siberia to the Amazon rainforest, the shamanic traditions echo with the same truths. The Sami people of Northern Europe believe that dreams can carry messages from nature, telling them where to hunt, where to fish, and when to gather. Each dream is viewed as an opportunity to connect with the earth and its spirits, to ensure survival and harmony. The shaman stands at the crossroads, interpreting these messages, guiding his people through the labyrinth of existence. In the midst of these rituals, the shaman often ingests sacred plants, substances that blur the lines of reality and transport him to other realms. In those transcendent moments, the veil thins, revealing a universe teeming with life and wisdom. He encounters animal spirits, each embodying unique qualities that impart lessons vital for the tribe. A swift deer may symbolize grace, while a mighty bear could impart strength and resilience. The shaman's visions are not merely personal. They ripple through the community, weaving a shared understanding of their place in the cosmos. When a child falls ill, it is the shaman's dreams that will unveil the cause and the remedy, drawing from the collective unconscious that binds them all together. In a village far from civilization, a shaman once saw a great flood in his vision. He awakened to warn his people, and they evacuated just in time, their lives saved by what many would dismiss as mere dreams. But not all visions are benevolent. Some dreams can be dark and twisted, filled with warnings of impending doom or betrayal. The shaman must tread carefully, for not every spirit is a friend. In the heart of the night, as the owl hoots in the distance, a malevolent force may seek to mislead, to confuse. The shaman learns to discern the truth in the chaos, to recognize the difference between a guiding spirit and a trickster lurking in the shadows. One fateful night, a shaman named Tarek found himself ensnared in a terrifying vision. He saw his village engulfed in flames, the cries of his people echoing through the smoke. Awakening in a cold sweat, he rushed to the gathering place, heart pounding like a war drum. With urgency, he called upon the tribe to prepare for a possible attack. Days later, armed men descended upon their home, but thanks to Tarek's vision, they were ready. Unity and strength flourished as they fought back, their spirits unyielding. The shaman's life is a tapestry woven from countless dreams and visions, each thread a story, a lesson learned. His courage lies not just in his ability to interpret the unknown, but in the love and compassion he extends to those who seek his guidance. As the fire flickers low, casting shadows that dance like spirits upon the earth, he senses that another vision is coming, one that will forever change the course of fate. Aila, now bathed in a gentle light, looks into the shaman's eyes, her heart beating with expectation. The fire crackles, and the air thickens as the shaman begins his chant, summoning the spirits, his voice rising and falling like the tide. The night stirs with energy, and a hush descends upon the gathered crowd. They hold their breath, locked in a moment of anticipation, sensing that something profound is about to unfold. In that sacred space, the ordinary blurs with the extraordinary, and the lines between the living and the spirits fade. The shaman, lost in the rhythm of his chant, prepares to breach the threshold once more, stepping into the unknown, eyes wide open, ready to embrace whatever awaits him on the other side. The world of dreams and visions beckons, a labyrinth of possibilities waiting to be unveiled, and the heart of shamanism beats fiercely, echoing through the ages, inviting all who dare to listen. In the vast expanse of the Mongolian steppe, an ancient wind whispered secrets of gods and spirits, a haunting melody that tugged at the very fabric of existence. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the rolling hills, as shadows danced around ancient stone formations, each a testament to a rich tapestry of stories waiting to unfurl. To the untrained eye, these stones were mere relics of the past, yet to those who understood, they pulsed with life, echoing the powerful symbols woven into the very essence of Mongolian mythology. Take the sacred eagle, for example. Majestic and awe-inspiring, it soared above the land, a bridge between the earth and the heavens. In ancient tales, the eagle was not just a bird, it was a messenger for the gods, a symbol of strength, freedom, and the eternal spirit of the Mongolian people. When the eagle cried out, its voice carried through valleys, summoning warriors to their destinies and guiding lost souls home. The heart quickened at the thought. As the eagle's shadow glided over the land, reminding everyone below of the power that lay just out of reach. But it was not merely the eagle that captured hearts and imaginations. The intricate patterns found on traditional Mongolian clothing held a treasure of meanings too. Each stitch told a story, each curve in the fabric a reflection of the wearer's journey. The swirling designs and vibrant colors were not just aesthetic. They were symbols of protection, blessings woven into cloth. As a mother wrapped her child in a colorful deal, she enveloped them not just in fabric, but in the very essence of ancestral spirits, ensuring their watchful gaze would always remain nearby. Beneath the surface of these symbols lay a world of emotions: fear, hope, love, and despair. The eternal blue sky, often illustrated in Mongolian art, was more than a backdrop. It was an emblem of divine connection. It represented the endless possibilities of life, beckoning the people to strive for greatness, yet reminding them of their fragility beneath its vastness. In moments of solitude, gazing upwards, one could almost feel the pull of the cosmos, a reminder that they were part of something infinitely larger than themselves, fostering a sense of belonging in a seemingly indifferent universe. Then, there was the revered horse, an animal embedded deep within the soul of the Mongolian identity. It symbolized not only companionship, but also freedom and nobility. In tales passed from generation to generation, the bond between horse and rider was sacred, a dance of trust and understanding. To ride across the steppe was to transcend earthly bounds, to feel the wind whip through hair, to taste the thrill of unrestrained freedom. Legends spoke of the great Genghis Khan, who rode with the spirit of 1,000 ancestors at his back, a reminder of the strength that lay in unity, the power of a people united under a common symbol. The hilt of a sword, often ornately designed, served as another powerful emblem. It spoke of valor and honor, a testament to the warriors who fought to protect their land and their families. Each etching on the blade was a story of blood spilled on the battlefield, of sacrifices made in the name of peace. In the flickering light of a campfire, the tales of these heroes came alive, their spirits lending courage to the hearts of those who listened. The sword was not merely a weapon, it was a legacy, a reminder that the fight for what is right is a battle steeped in both pain and pride. The symbolism in Mongolian mythology also wove its way through the natural world, where mountains were revered as sacred beings. Each peak was a guardian, watching over the valleys below, sheltering the people and guiding them through life's challenges. The mountains were more than just geological formations. They were the spirits of ancestors, standing tall, reminding the living that they were never alone. When storms rolled in and darkness threatened, the mountains stood firm, a steadfast presence embodying resilience and strength. As dusk fell, the shimmering stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across the expanse of the night sky, a celestial tapestry that spoke of the universe's mysteries. The constellations were alive with stories of lovers, warriors, and mythical creatures, all connected through the shared experience of humanity. Each star was a symbol of hope, a reminder that light can be found even in the darkest of times. The Mongolian people looked to the heavens with reverence, where the symbols of their myths danced in the night, igniting a spark of imagination that transcended generations. Through these symbols, the essence of Mongolian culture pulsed with life, threading together a narrative that was both personal and collective. As one listened to the stories of the elders, the emotions surged like a river, unearthing a desire to connect with the past. It was a tapestry rich with color and texture, intertwining laughter and tears, victories and defeats, all bound together by the symbols that defined their reality. The symbols of Mongolian mythology were not just artifacts of history. They were living, breathing entities that ignited passion and stirred the soul. From the eagle soaring high to the mountains standing as sentinels, each symbol was imbued with meaning, resonating deeply within the hearts of those who embraced their stories. In every whispered tale, in every ritual performed, the symbols connected generations, ensuring that the stories of bravery, love, and resilience would forever echo through the winds of the steppe. And as the last traces of sunlight faded, a new chapter awaited, teeming with the echoes of the past, ready to unfold in the embrace of night. The symbols lingered, their power weaving into the fabric of life, a promise that the stories would continue, eternally entwined with the hearts of those who dared to remember. In the dim light of a flickering fire, ancient figures huddled close, their faces illuminated by the warm glow. They listened intently as one elder shared stories that echoed through time, tales of gods and monsters, of heroes and the very essence of humanity. The crackling flames danced like whispers of the past, carrying those myths across the ages, morphing them into something unrecognizable, yet familiar. Myths began as simple tales told to explain the unexplainable. They were the fabric of cultures, woven with threads of fear, love, triumph, and despair. In the cradle of civilization, Mesopotamia, myths like the Epic of Gilgamesh arose, blending history with the divine. Gilgamesh, part god and part man, embarked on a quest for immortality, only to realize that his humanity was his greatest gift. This epic, born in a world where gods walked among mortals, set the stage for countless stories to come. As centuries rolled forward, Myths grew and shifted like the sands of the desert. The Greeks, fascinated by their own existence, spun tales of Zeus, Hera, and the pantheon that ruled the skies. These gods were deeply flawed, mirroring the human condition with all its frailties. The stories of Persephone and Demeter unfolded the complexities of life, love, and loss, echoing through the hearts of those who sought to understand their own struggles. The myths provided solace, a reminder that even the divine faced trials and tribulations. Yet, as one civilization fell, another rose. The Romans adopted and adapted Greek myths, breathing new life into familiar narratives. They transformed heroes into symbols of valor and strength, crafting tales that would endure through the ages. Romulus and Remus, the legendary founders of Rome, became embodiments of ambition and rivalry. Their story a reflection of the empire's relentless quest for power. It was a time when myths served not just as stories, but as tools of governance, reinforcing the ideals of the society they represented. In the shadows of these grand tales, myths began to morph again, influenced by the sweeping changes of the world around them. The rise of Christianity in the 1st century brought forth a new narrative, a narrative of hope and redemption. The stories of saints, intertwined with the old pagan myths, created a rich tapestry of belief. The Virgin Mary, for instance, echoed the ancient mother goddesses, embodying nurturing and strength. People grasped onto these new stories, intertwining them with their past, as they yearned for connection and understanding in a rapidly changing world. As the Middle Ages draped Europe in darkness, myths took on a more somber tone. The tales of King Arthur and his knights emerged, filled with quests for honor and chivalry. In a time of uncertainty, these stories of valor and sacrifice resonated deeply with the people. Lancelot's tragic love for Guinevere, the chivalrous acts of the Knights of the Round Table, painted a picture of nobility that contrasted sharply with the realities of feudal strife. The mythic landscape expanded, blending history with legend in a way that ignited the imagination of the masses. With the Renaissance came a rekindled interest in classical myth, igniting a fire that burned brightly across Europe. Artists and thinkers turned back to the gods of Olympus, seeking inspiration in the stories that had shaped human experience. Botticelli's Birth of Venus captured an ethereal beauty that spoke to longing and desire, while Shakespeare wove mythic elements into his plays, creating characters that were both timeless and achingly human. The transformation of these myths was a testament to humanity's unyielding need for stories that resonated with their own lives. As the Enlightenment swept through the 17th and 18th centuries, myths were scrutinized like never before. Enlightened thinkers questioned the very foundations of belief, pushing aside the supernatural elements that once held sway. Yet, even as skepticism rose, tales of folklore persisted. Stories of fairies and goblins, woven into the fabric of everyday life, provided a sense of wonder amidst the chaos of rational thought. The Brothers Grimm collected these tales, preserving the whispers of a world still enchanted by myth. The Industrial Revolution marked another shift, as the rapid pace of change challenged age-old beliefs. Urbanization and technology transformed the landscape, and with it, the myths too evolved. Science fiction emerged as a new genre, shaping the myths of the modern age. Stories like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein probed the depths of human ambition, questioning the morality of creation and existence. It was a reflection of a society teetering on the edge of reason and chaos, a myth that warned of the dangers lurking within humanity itself. In the 20th century, myths took on a new form, influenced by wars and global conflicts. superheroes emerged from the pages of comic books, figures like Superman and Wonder Woman, personifying humanity's struggle against tyranny and despair. These modern myths reflected the hopes of a world yearning for heroes, embodying the fight for justice and the belief in something greater than oneself. They showed that even in the darkest of times, light could prevail. And now, standing at the edge of the 21st century, myths have once again taken a different shape. The digital age has birthed new narratives, shared through screens that connect us in ways once unimaginable. Myths have become a fusion of cultures, blending stories from across the globe, a melting pot of ideas and emotions. The ancient gods have found new homes in films, books, and social media, morphing into characters that resonate with a modern audience. Yet, as these stories continue to evolve, the question lingers. What does it mean to be human in a world that changes so swiftly? Each retelling, each transformation, holds a mirror to our own experiences, fears, and aspirations. Myths, in their many forms, connect generations, bridging the gap between past and present, reminding us of the timeless struggles that bind us together. The fire flickers on, casting shadows that dance and sway, whispering of tales yet to be told, of truths waiting to be uncovered, and of the unending journey of the human spirit. A fierce wind howled across the vast Mongolian steppe, whipping through the tall grasses like a restless spirit searching for something lost. Underneath the wide expanse of sky, tales of bravery, love, and betrayal danced in the hearts of the people, woven into the very fabric of their existence. Here, where the land met the sky, legends were born, and within those legends, the roles of men and women revealed a world both enchanting and harsh. A world where the lines of gender were drawn in the sand, but often blurred by the power of destiny. The legends spoke of heroic warriors, men riding across the plains with the strength of 1,000 horses, carving their names into history with swords that glinted under the sun. Yet, within the whispers of the wind and the rustling of the grass, women also strode boldly into the tales, their voices echoing through time. They were not mere shadows cast by the light of their male counterparts. They were fierce and cunning, wielding wisdom as their weapon, proving that strength came in many forms. One such figure was Khan, a legendary female warrior whose bravery was unmatched. According to the stories, she led her people into battle, her heart ablaze with the fire of 100 warriors. Clad in leather armor, she rode a magnificent steed, her long hair flowing like a river behind her. The men followed her, not out of obligation, but out of respect, for they knew her spirit could not be tamed. As arrows flew and swords clashed, Khan's voice rang out, rallying her people with the fervor of a hawk calling its young. In that moment, the very essence of gender roles trembled. Here was a woman who defied expectations, her courage igniting a flame in the hearts of all around her. But not all tales celebrated the valor of women in the face of adversity. The legends often depicted men as the protectors, the hunters, the providers, the strong guiding hand of a father over his family, the fierce protector of a village. The masculine ideal was painted in bold strokes. Yet, even in these narratives, there lay an undercurrent that suggested vulnerability, an acknowledgement of the balance between strength and tenderness, where men, too, were shaped by the love and wisdom of the women around them. In the stories of creation, the earth and sky emerged as powerful entities, each with their own personality, representing the duality of existence. The earth, often personified as a nurturing mother, provided for her children, while the sky, a father figure, offered protection. Together, they created a balance, an eternal dance that resonated through time. This duality hinted at the idea that gender roles were not strict boundaries, but rather fluid currents that could shift and adapt, fostering a deeper understanding of both masculine and feminine energies. As the winds howled and the sun dipped below the horizon, the legend of the Moon Maiden unfolded. She was said to descend from her celestial home, bringing light to the darkest nights. The stories told of her grace, her ethereal beauty, and her unmatched wisdom. Yet, there was a twist to her tale. For every night she brought light, she also faced the sorrow of distance from her beloved, a mortal man who longed for her touch. Their love was a poignant reminder that even in the realm of myths, emotions ran deep. The Moon Maiden's sacrifices highlighted the complexities of love and duty, revealing how gender roles impacted relationships. Men were often portrayed as the seekers, chasing after the unattainable, while women held the power to elude and enchant. Yet, this enchantment held a bittersweet note. Many legends depicted women as bearers of fate, possessing the gift of foresight, but often carrying the burden of their knowledge. In the stories of the Fate Sisters, 3 women spun the threads of destiny for every soul on Earth. They wove tales of triumph and despair, joy and sorrow, binding the lives of men and women alike. The presence of these sisters reminded the people that both genders were entwined in the tapestry of life, bound by the delicate threads of fate. Men may have fought wars, but women shaped the very essence of the world with their foresight and intuition. As the fires crackled in the gathering dusk, the stories continued to flow, bringing communities together in a tapestry of shared beliefs and values. Around the flickering flames, tales of love and loss intertwined with the laughter of children, the wisdom of elders, and the dreams of those yet to come. The roles within those stories were not static. They were a reflection of the world outside, dynamic and ever-changing. A woman could be a healer, respected for her knowledge of herbs and remedies, or a fierce warrior, leading her tribe into battle. A man could be a protector, but he could also be a gentle father, nurturing his children with stories of bravery and honor. The legends of the steppe did not shy away from the darker sides of life either. Betrayal and jealousy seeped into the narratives, often leading to tragic endings that left the listeners breathless. In one tale, a warrior fell in love with a powerful sorceress, only to be consumed by his own greed and desire for power. The sorceress, betrayed by the one she loved, unleashed a curse that haunted the land for generations. In this way, the myths served as cautionary tales, reflecting the consequences of straying from the path of honor and respect, reminding both men and women of their roles in maintaining harmony. Underneath the vast Mongolian sky, where the stars sparkled like diamonds, the legends of gender roles crafted an intricate dance of power, love, and sacrifice. Each story flowed into the next, creating a symphony of emotions that resonated in the hearts of those who listened. The winds carried the echoes of laughter and tears, and in those moments, a profound understanding emerged, a recognition that gender was not a rigid cage, but rather an ever-evolving landscape, shaped by the desires and dreams of those who dared to dream. With the moon casting its silvery glow over the steppe, the tales continued, weaving their magic through the night. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the land itself held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, one that would undoubtedly continue to challenge and redefine the roles of men and women in a world where both were equally indispensable. In the vast, sweeping steppes of Mongolia, where the golden grass dances gently in the wind, the echoes of ancient myths linger like a haunting melody. The stories of spirits, gods, and mythical creatures breathe life into a landscape rich with history and culture. This is not just land. It is a canvas, a tapestry, woven from the threads of beliefs that have shaped the very souls of its people. Picture a craftsman, his hands weathered and skilled, working diligently on a piece of wood. Each stroke of his knife is infused with tales of the eternal blue sky and the sacredness of the land. He carves a magnificent statue of the Garuda, a mythical bird that embodies strength and speed, revered for its role in Mongolian lore. The craftsmanship is not mere decoration. It is a connection to the celestial, a bridge to the past, where every figure holds a story, where every curve echoes with the whispers of the ancients. The influence of Mongolian mythology on art and craft is profound, like the heartbeat of the land itself. In every intricate design, in every vibrant color, there is a piece of the sky, a brush of the earth, and a breath of the cosmos. The shamanic traditions, woven deeply into the fabric of Mongolian culture, infuse art with spiritual significance. When a craftsman carves a horse, it is not merely an animal. It is a symbol of freedom, of the spirit soaring across the endless horizon, a reminder of the fierce connection between man and nature. In the shadows of the majestic Altai Mountains, a woman sits by a fire, weaving a traditional carpet. The patterns that emerge are not random. They are sacred symbols, each telling a story passed down through generations. The sun, the moon, and the spirits of the ancestors are all reflected in her work. As she weaves, her heart beats in rhythm with the tales of her forebears. These patterns become a living testament to her culture, each thread binding her to the spirits of the earth and sky. Craftsmen and artists often draw inspiration from the legendary figures of Mongolian mythology. The stories of heroism, resilience, and deep reverence for nature pulse through their creations. Take, for instance, the tale of the legendary hero Genghis Khan. His spirit is captured in the fierce, noble lines of a statue, the folds of his cloak sculpted to reflect the winds of the steppe. The artist, lost in the creation, feels as though he is channeling the very essence of Khan, infusing life into cold stone, breathing history into the present. As night falls, the stars begin to twinkle like scattered diamonds across the inky sky. A group of children gathers around an elder, captivated by the flickering flames of a fire. The elder's voice, rich and warm, weaves tales of the white buffalo, a symbol of hope and purity. The children listen, wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited. These stories are not just entertainment. They are the fabric of their identity, the roots from which their art will blossom. They know that one day they will take these stories and transform them into their own creations, perhaps painting, carving, or weaving their interpretations of the myths that have shaped their lives. The nomadic lifestyle of many Mongolian people further enhances the connection between mythology and craft. Each yurt, carefully constructed, becomes a physical representation of their beliefs. The colorful felt and intricate wooden door frames tell stories of protection and warmth. When a family welcomes a guest, they know they are inviting not just a person, but a spirit, a connection to the vast cosmos. The art of the yurt is alive, pulsating with the energy of the land and the spirits that inhabit it. In the bustling markets of Ulaanbaatar, artisans showcase their works, each piece steeped in the mythology of their ancestors. A jeweler presents a necklace adorned with symbols of the sun and moon, reflecting the duality of existence celebrated in Mongolian beliefs. The silver catches the light, each glimmer echoing the ancient tales that inspire them. Buyers are not just purchasing jewelry, they are taking home a piece of history, a fragment of the mythology that has shaped the very soul of Mongolia. As the seasons change, so too do the stories. The winter solstice brings with it tales of the white wolf, a creature that guides lost souls through the darkness. Artists create sculptures and paintings that reflect the stark beauty of winter, the cold colors mirroring the harsh yet majestic landscape. The wolf becomes a symbol of guidance, a protective spirit that watches over those who wander. In these moments of creation, there is a tangible energy, a pulse that connects the artist's hand to the heart of the earth. The art is a reflection of their beliefs, a manifestation of dreams woven into the fabric of existence. With every chisel, every brushstroke, they are not merely creating. They are channeling the essence of their mythology, enabling the past to breathe into the present. The connection between mythology and craft is not one-sided. It transcends time and space. The artwork produced is not only a reflection of the artist's cultural narrative, but it also speaks to the viewer, inviting them into a world where stories are alive, waiting to be felt and understood. As people stand before the art, they can almost hear the whispers of the spirits, feel the heartbeat of the land, and connect with the age-old tales that have shaped generations. Just as the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the steppe, the tradition of art and craft in Mongolia is alive, vibrant, and filled with emotion. Myths and legends continue to inspire, to ignite the passion of artisans and storytellers alike. The stories ebb and flow like the river that carves its path through the land, leaving behind traces of magic and beauty that are felt in every crafted piece. In this dance between mythology and art, the spirit of Mongolia remains forever intertwined, echoing through the ages, waiting to inspire the next generation to carry the torch. The art lives on, a testament to the enduring legacy of a culture that finds strength and beauty in the stories of the past, forging a path toward an ever-unfolding future. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced on the walls as whispers of ancient stories lingered in the air. A young woman, eyes wide with wonder, held a weathered book in her hands, the pages yellowed with time. Each turn of the page ignited her imagination, revealing tales of gods and mortals, heroes and monsters, all intertwining in a rich tapestry woven through the ages. The myths of old, once thought to be forgotten, began to vibrate with new life, echoing in the hearts of those who would listen. Every civilization has birthed its own myths, stories that reflected the hopes, fears, and dreams of its people. In ancient Greece, the powerful Zeus ruled the skies, while in Norse lands, Odin roamed with wisdom and fury. Yet, as the years rolled on and societies evolved, these ancient narratives transformed, morphing into something fresh and vibrant, echoing the struggles and aspirations of modern life. Take, for instance, the tale of Prometheus, the titan who defied the gods to bring fire to humanity. In its original form, this story spoke of creation and rebellion. It warned against hubris. But today, Prometheus has become a symbol of innovation, the relentless pursuit of knowledge, and the moral dilemmas that accompany it. As technology races forward, questions arise like wildfire. How far can humanity go in its quest for advancement before it faces dire consequences? The fire Prometheus gifted us burns brightly, yet its heat can be both a blessing and a curse. Here, ancient myth meets modern reality, forcing each of us to confront our own roles as creators and destroyers. In another corner of the world, the tale of the goddess Kali from Hindu mythology resonates with fierce power. Known as the destroyer of evil, Kali embodies the duality of destruction and creation. In today's society, her image stands as a rallying cry for feminist movements, empowering women to embrace their strength and challenge the norms that seek to bind them. She dances in the face of adversity, reminding us that to move forward, one must sometimes dismantle the structures that hold us back. The ancient figure becomes a modern heroine, her fierce visage inspiring countless souls to rise against oppression, embodying the spirit of change that is desperately needed. Across the oceans, the story of the phoenix provides another layer of modern interpretation. This mythical bird, rising from its own ashes, symbolizes transformation and renewal. In a world often riddled with chaos and despair, the phoenix emerges as a beacon of hope. So many have tasted the bitterness of failure, only to be reborn stronger than before. With each passing day, the phoenix calls out to those struggling in the ashes of their own lives, whispering promises of new beginnings and brighter tomorrows. In the heart of urban landscapes, the echoes of these ancient myths can be felt in poetry, music, and visual arts. Artists weave the threads of old stories into their work, breathing new life into characters that have stood the test of time. A mural depicting Medusa, once a tragic figure cursed by the gods, now transforms her into a symbol of resilience and empowerment, challenging the viewer to rethink the narratives that have long been accepted. This reinterpretation serves as a mirror, reflecting societal injustices and urging conversations about gender, power, and identity. Even the digital age has its own mythologies. The rise of the superhero genre, with figures like Spider-Man and Wonder Woman, mirrors the archetypes of ancient heroes. They face overwhelming odds, embody moral struggles, and engage in battles that reflect our own fears and hopes. As these modern-day champions grapple with their responsibilities, they pull from the depths of mythological tradition, reminding us that heroism is not just about strength, but also about compassion and sacrifice. As these stories intertwine with the lives of ordinary people, they begin to shape the very fabric of society. The story of Orpheus, who ventured into the underworld to reclaim his lost love, resonates with those who experience profound loss. In today's world, where grief can feel isolating, Orpheus's tale speaks to the universal longing for connection and the heart-wrenching journey of navigating pain. His music, which once soothed the savage beasts, serves as a reminder that art has the power to heal, to transform sorrow into something palpable and beautiful. Through the lens of modernity, ancient myths have the ability to bridge generations, creating dialogues across time. In classrooms, students dissect these narratives, finding relevance in each twist and turn. They engage in discussions about morality, ethics, and the human experience, pulling lessons from tales that were once merely fanciful stories. The debates spark within them a desire to understand the world around them, to question accepted norms, and to seek their own truths. The myths of yore, once regarded as relics of the past, now breathe with urgency and purpose. They touch on the very essence of existence, reflecting humanity's eternal struggles and triumphs. Whether it's the quest for identity, the fight against injustice, or the search for meaning, the ancient tales continue to resonate as if they were written yesterday. They remind us that no matter how much time passes, the core of what it means to be human remains unchanged. In a world rife with challenges, the rebirth of these stories beckons us to listen, to learn, and to reflect. Each retelling, each reinterpretation serves as a reminder that we are part of a continuum, a thread woven into the vast tapestry of history. The emotions they evoke, fear, love, hope, are as relevant now as they were in the time of gods and titans. And so, the flames of ancient myths flicker brightly in the modern age, illuminating the path for those willing to see. The shadows in that dimly lit room continue to sway, a timeless dance that entwines the past with the present, inviting the curious soul to lean in just a little closer, to feel the pulse of humanity beneath the layers of history. The stories are alive, ever evolving, and waiting to be told anew. The wind howled across the steppe, carrying with it the whispers of ancient tales. A lone shaman, draped in a cloak of wool and fur, stood under the vast sky, his eyes reflecting the flicker of a flame from a nearby fire. The stars above twinkled like the eyes of the ancestral spirits who watched over the land. In this moment, the air was thick with a sense of magic, a reminder that the stories of old still held power in contemporary Mongolia, waiting to be awakened. Mythology in Mongolia is not just a relic of the past. It continues to breathe, pulse, and weave its way into the hearts of the people. Each tale carries the weight of history, embodying lessons and insights that resonate deeply within the fabric of Mongolian life. From the heroic deeds of Genghis Khan to the enchanting legends of mystical creatures, these narratives are not mere stories, but lifelines that connect generations. In the bustling markets of Ulaanbaatar, the capital city, one can listen to the vibrant chatter of merchants and shoppers. Yet, intermingled with the sounds of modernity are echoes of ancient folklore. A storyteller stands under a makeshift awning, captivating a circle of children with the saga of the Firebird, a creature that symbolizes resilience and hope. As he weaves his narrative, the children's eyes widen, their breaths hitching in anticipation as they lean closer, spellbound by the magic of the moment. The storyteller's voice rises and falls, like the rhythm of the horse's gallop across the plains, drawing the audience deeper into the world of myth. Within the vast landscapes of Mongolia, sacred sites dot the horizon, each one a testament to the reverence for the myths that have shaped the land. Mount Burkhan Khaldun, believed to be the birthplace of Genghis Khan, still stands as a monument of reverence. Pilgrims make their way to its peak, carrying offerings, their feet tracing a path that has been walked for centuries. They whisper prayers into the wind, seeking guidance from the spirit of the great Khan. Here, the past converges with the present, reminding all who visit that the stories of their ancestors are not forgotten, but live on in the spirit of the land. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue over the steppe, the sounds of the modern world fade away. A group of herders gather around a fire, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. They share tales of their ancestors, passing down the wisdom of the ages through the simple act of storytelling. The stories are filled with bravery and wisdom, of spirits that bless the land and ancestors who guide their descendants. Laughter erupts as they reminisce about the trickster fox, a character that teaches valuable lessons wrapped in humor. Each tale told reinforces the bond between the people and their heritage, solidifying the belief that mythology is a living entity, nurtured by the very act of remembrance. The blend of old and new is most palpable during the Nadam festival, where ancient traditions come alive in vibrant displays of wrestling, archery, and horse racing. As the crowds gather, the air shimmers with excitement, the heartbeat of a nation echoing through the cheers and shouts. Each competition is steeped in myth, an embodiment of the strength and prowess celebrated in legends. The wrestlers, adorned in traditional attire, become living representations of the warriors of old, their bodies strong and agile, as if channeling the spirits of their forebears. The festival is more than a celebration. It is a testament to the enduring spirit of Mongolia, a reaffirmation of their identity rooted in rich mythology. Yet, the threads of tradition are often threatened by the tides of modernization. In urban centers, the rapid pace of life sometimes drowns out the haunting melodies of the past. Yet, even amidst the skyscrapers and busy streets, the essence of mythology refuses to be silenced. Artists and musicians infuse their work with ancient stories, preserving the soul of their culture through modern mediums. A young woman strums her guitar in a small cafe, her voice echoing the legends of the past. The patrons, lost in their own worlds, are suddenly pulled into the narrative, their hearts stirred by the power of her song. It's a reminder that while the world may change, the stories that bind a people together endure, finding new life in unexpected places. In the quiet solitude of the countryside, elders gather to recount their own experiences, passing on the tales that have shaped their lives. The atmosphere is thick with nostalgia and pride as they share memories of their childhood, stories steeped in the magic of the land. They speak of the blue skies, the rolling hills, and the spirits that linger in the shadows, watching over them. With each word, they weave an invisible tapestry of unbroken connections, binding the past to the present, ensuring that the essence of their mythology remains alive. The bond between humanity and the natural world is deeply woven into Mongolian mythology. The sacredness of the land is a common theme, emphasizing the importance of living in harmony with nature. As the seasons change, so too do the stories told around flickering fires, reflecting the cycle of life and the lessons learned from the earth. The spirit of the wolf, revered for its strength and intelligence, becomes a metaphor for resilience in the face of adversity. The people honor the land, understanding that their survival is intricately linked to the stories that flow through the rivers and dance in the flames. As night falls and the stars blanket the sky, a shaman calls upon the spirits, his voice rising like smoke. The fire crackles, illuminating the faces of those gathered, their hearts pulsing with a shared heartbeat of hope and belief. Here, in this sacred space, the air is electric with energy, a reminder that the ancient tales are more than just stories. They are living truths, guiding the present and lighting the path forward. In the stillness of the moment, beneath the vast expanse of the sky, the echoes of mythology reverberate, ensuring that Mongolia's rich heritage remains vibrant and unyielding. The stories will not fade, but will continue to thrive, intertwining with the lives of those who honor them, a bridge connecting the past to the future, forever alive in the hearts of a people who refuse to forget. In a land where the wind whispers tales of ancient warriors and spirits dance across the vast steppes, the legacy of Mongolian mythology endures like an unquenchable flame. Under a sky painted with the fierce hues of sunset, a storyteller gathers eager listeners around a crackling fire, their faces illuminated by flickering shadows. Each tale he weaves is steeped in the weight of history, echoing the heartbeats of ancestors who roamed the rugged terrains long before the world knew of borders. The stories are not mere fables. They are the very essence of a culture that has thrived against the odds, leaving indelible marks on the tapestry of human belief. From the windswept plains of Mongolia to the snow-capped peaks of the Altai Mountains, the myths of this land are alive, breathing through generations. The mighty figure of Genghis Khan looms large in the collective memory, a testament to the enduring power of myth in shaping identity. His life, embroidered with the threads of legend, inspires awe and reverence, as tales tell of his encounters with celestial beings and the divine. The Mongolian people believe their history is woven into the very fabric of the cosmos, where every star holds a fragment of their past. The influence of Mongolian mythology reaches beyond the borders of its homeland, seeping into the nooks and crannies of world cultures. The tales of the eternal blue sky, the revered Burkhan, or mountain spirits, find echoes in the philosophies of neighboring peoples. The reverence for nature and the spiritual connection to the earth resonate in the hearts of those who stand in awe of the natural world, lighting a spark of kinship across cultures. The Mongolian shaman, with his ceremonial drum and hypnotic chants, doesn't just commune with spirits. He embodies a bridge between worlds, inviting others to witness the mysteries that pulse beneath the surface of existence. In the far reaches of Siberia, the tales of the Mongolian hero, the Khan of the Moon, intertwine with the folklore of the Evenki and other indigenous groups. The shared themes of bravery, connection to the spirit world, and the eternal struggle against darkness reveal a collective yearning for understanding and purpose. The Mongolian epic poems, sung with haunting melodies, echo the voices of warriors and lovers, drawing listeners into a whirlwind of emotion that transcends time and space. Yet, the allure of Mongolian mythology does not stop at mere influence. It has left an indelible legacy that pulses through modern art, literature, and philosophy. Writers and poets across continents have danced with its motifs of the eternal struggle, the cyclical nature of life, and the bond between humans and nature. The imagery of vast skies and rolling hills, often painted with the brush of nostalgia, invites reflection on the primal forces that govern existence. It's as if every ink stroke on a canvas, or every word penned on a page, carries the spirit of the steppe, reminding the world of the power of storytelling. As tales of the legendary hero, Gesar, traverse the mountains and valleys, they morph into new forms, gaining fresh life in the hearts of those who hear them. The narrative of the hero's journey resonates deeply within the human experience, showcasing the universal struggle against adversity. The themes of loyalty, betrayal, love, and sacrifice, rooted in the Mongolian spirit, serve as a mirror reflecting the complexities of life. Through the stories, the listener's heart races, a palpable tension building as they find themselves entwined in the fate of the characters. The whispers of the past also speak through rituals and ceremonies that draw on the rich tapestry of Mongolian belief. Festivals celebrating the harvest or honoring the spirits of ancestors resonate with communities, fostering unity and remembrance. The air thickens with emotion as families gather, their voices rising in unison, binding them through shared heritage and creating a living narrative that pulses with life. The act of storytelling becomes a sacred ritual, transcending time and space, reaching back to the ancient fires where the first tales were spoken. In the global context, Mongolian mythology serves as a conduit, connecting diverse cultures through shared themes and experiences. The reverence for animals, especially horses, as sacred beings reverberates in many traditions, from Native American tribes to Celtic lore. This connection reminds us all of our place in the grand tapestry of life, evoking feelings that stir deep within the soul. The very essence of these myths encourages empathy and understanding, urging individuals to look beyond their differences and recognize the shared heartbeat of humanity. As the storyteller concludes one chapter, the embers of the fire continue to glow, casting flickering shadows that hint at more tales waiting to be told. The listeners lean in closer, eyes wide with anticipation, knowing that the magic of Mongolian mythology is far from over. New stories are ready to unfold, revealing not only the past, but also illuminating paths for the future. The past and present intertwine seamlessly, a reminder that every story told is a step toward understanding the world around us, a world vibrant with color, rhythm, and a shared human experience. With each heartbeat echoing against the backdrop of the starry sky, the threads of Mongolian mythology weave their way across continents, reminding us that, in our essence, we are all storytellers. The fire crackles, and the night deepens, inviting the listener to lean in even closer as the next myth unfurls, a tapestry rich with emotion, waiting to ignite the imagination.